what are the underlying factors? What is the unfinished business? Are we holding relevant conversations, or are we repressing and suppressing conversations? Society, being a very live and vibrant entity, bottled up tensions will eventually erupt to the surface. And while Winston Churchill and afterwards Henry Kissinger have told us that war is a continuation of diplomacy by other means, it ought to be turned, that aphorism ought to be turned on its head, so that we get into spaces where diplomacy begins to be a continuation of conflict, and move therefore from active conflict to transformation of conflict for the mutual benefit and coexistence of people. That way we begin creating safer spaces, because underlying unsafe spaces are unresolved competitions for the things that sustain life, competition for comfort, competition for the good life, in a manner that dehumanizes or removes the humanity of others, and therefore predisposes us to structural violence, verbal violence. We begin exchanging very harsh words, gender-based violence, racist violence, sexist violence, ageist violence, all finding expression in hostile conversations, which in the full order of time erupt in physical violence. Then when we have done a lot of harm, we recognize that we must still sit around a table and hold a conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Muluka. Random thoughts, but very deep. Yeah. So thank you so much for your time. I'd like to invite Professor Berit to come up and give you a token of appreciation as she takes us to the next session. So you'll give him the token, and then you'll take us through the next session. Where's the token?
Here we go. Okay, so this has been an extremely formal morning. It was very good, and we've heard some very good thoughts. But this morning could have been further from the projects we've actually carried out, which were all with the communities, and a lot of projects, as you see in the exhibition as well, and as you will hear now from the projects, from the project teams, have been participatory. So one thing I would like to suggest how we do the next day and a half until the end of tomorrow is we will hear the presentations from our different project teams about what they have found, what they have done, and so on. There will be time after each presentation to ask some questions of understanding and so on to the presenters. And then we will take some 10-15 minutes at the end of each slot to do two types of reflection, and to do that in a participatory way. I will ask you individually to think about what caught your attention about what you just heard, right? And take a few notes about it. I will ask you what surprised you in what you heard. Was there something new? Was there something counterintuitive? Was there something unexpected or shocking in what you heard from your own perspective? And I'll ask you to turn around to the people who sit next to you and to see how are we already like reflecting our own work that we've done and what we just heard. Are there already some key learnings emerging from the projects about unarmed civilian protection and community self-protection? What do we know, for example, about the role of women? What's the role of youth? What can we say about decolonial practices, right? Things that could come up and that could resonate with you. And I want, so I'll ask the team to come with some notes so that we put these ideas on notes, and we will keep them somewhat for tomorrow afternoon so that we don't lose our thoughts. But the aim of this is to bring our projects back together and to see, is there something we can learn, not just from the projects themselves, which will be fantastic, but also when we look across the projects and try to compare and combine them and try to create those synergies. So that would be my hope of what we will be doing with the project presentations. So thank you very much. And I think now finally, last but not least, it's our Cameroon project. Gordon, if you want to make a start.
Thanks, Berit. Okay, I'm not sure who's controlling the screen. Ah, we're there. Wonderful. Thank you very much. So good morning again, everyone. My name is Gordon Crawford, and along with my colleagues, Dr. Nancy Annan and Dr. Bernard Saka, we will outline the findings from our research project in Cameroon. But first of all, thank you very much to the teams who've organised this conference, both here at Strathmore and also back in Aberystwyth. Your efforts are very much appreciated. Also, thank you for the privilege of being the first project to present our findings. We're a little nervous about being the first one to do so, so I hope we don't disappoint. Okay, so next slide, please. I'm not sure who I'm speaking to, but wonderful, thank you. Yeah. So, Cameroon's Anglophone conflict, just a little bit of background information. This is a very neglected conflict internationally, which is now in its 8th year. And it started in late 2016 with peaceful protests by lawyers and teachers in the Anglophone regions who are protesting against the increased employment of Francophone judges and teachers. But after some state repression, this escalated into an armed conflict from September 2017 onwards between state security forces and armed separatist groups in the two Anglophone regions. You can see the two Anglophone regions, the English-speaking regions, highlighted in red there on the slide. So, as I say, it's a neglected conflict with accompanying violence and atrocities against civilians, over 6,000 killed, over 600,000 internally displaced people, 87,000 Cameroonian refugees in Nigeria. The prevalence of sexual violence and rape is also very shocking and disturbing. And these figures, they're all underestimates. The numbers of those killed, for example, is certainly more than this figure of 6,000 that has been used now for over a year. So one of the most neglected conflicts, exacerbated by a lack of both international and regional attention. Next slide, please. So how did the project come about? As a team of Cameroonian and UK-based researchers, we've been working on Cameroon's Anglophone conflict since 2019. This is the third project we've had. And we were very grateful to be part of the Creating Safer Space network. So for Cameroon, we posed the question, what approaches to and types of unarmed civilian self-protection have been taken, and how successful have these been, and how can they be strengthened? So the team is both academic and non-academic partners from Coventry University, from the African Leadership Centre based here in Nairobi, the Cameroon Atrocities Database at the University of Toronto was involved initially, and then with three very important CSO partners in Cameroon. AMEF, the Authentic Memorial Empowerment Foundation, Big Steps Outreach Network, or BONEP, of which Dr. Saka is the director, and Women for a Change Cameroon. Next one, please. So with regards to methods, we used a mix of qualitative methods, including interviews, and also participatory arts-based methods, in particular poetry, storytelling, and drawing workshops with affected civilians. Fieldwork was undertaken in February and March 2023, and we, our research participants, were very much, for the workshops, were very much civilians from the most affected by the conflict. We brought them from conflict hotspots in the northwest and southwest regions. Of course, we had to bring them out of those hotspots to safer locations for the data collection to take place. And some of the poems from the poetry workshops, the drawings from the drawing workshops are there exhibited outside in the hall. So please have a look at those. Next slide, please, for the findings. And at this point, I'll hand over to Nancy.
Thank you very much, Gordon. I think Gordon has done a great job giving us the background to this project that we've been doing with our Cameroonian partners. So what did we find? In general, we found that civilians are their own protection in Cameroon. And as this quote rightly put it, one of our participants said, we are not only the authors of our stories, but the authors of our protection. And so that is demonstrative of what the civilian population in Anglophone Cameroon are doing. They are their own source of protection. And so they've demonstrated their resilience, their ability to protect themselves, even in the face of lack of international and regional support and attention. Clearly, we know that at the moment, there's very little presence of UCP organizations in Cameroon. So civilians have been, left to their own devices, using homegrown mechanisms and digital approaches to protect themselves. We also found that the local agency, other local groups such as women groups, youth groups, religious and traditional authorities also play a key role in the protection of their fellow civilians. So overall, we found several unarmed protective strategies that have been used by the Anglo population, and some of which are shown in this drawing here. I'm not sure it is clear, but we have the nonviolent vigilantism, appeasement, culture of silence as ways of protecting themselves. So for us, we categorize these strategies into three main domains: preventive measures, early warning and response measures, and spontaneous measures. Next slide, please. In the next slide shows a poem by one of our participants, which is also exhibited outside, which he called The Four Commandments of UCP. And here he touched on belongingness, community-centered approach, collectivism, and neutrality as key unarmed protective strategies that they use in its community. And when it talks about neutrality, it talks about the fact that I left them being neither they nor them. I left them with the resolve to remain impartial. Our community resolved to remain impartial in order to be safe. So for them, neutrality is a very important unarmed civilian protective strategy. And this is also because of what the phenomenon they call blackleg. So this is when a civilian is accused or labeled as snitching to one of the warring parties, and because of that becomes a target by either of the warring factions and can be killed, actually. Next slide, please. So with regards to our protective measures, I'll touch on a few. Over 10 preventive measures were found. One of it is the staying indoors, and participants actually mentioned that staying indoors is very important preventive measure, because for them, the walls are a source of protection. And this was expressed by a lot of our research participants. And so they use this staying indoors approach in 3 ways. First, during the heat of violence, when there is shooting and clashes between the warring parties, you are supposed to stay indoors in order not to be caught in the clash. And also they stay indoors during imposed lockdown. So in Cameroon, they have something called the ghost town days or country Sundays, and these are imposed by the separatists, and anybody who disobeys such lockdowns can be killed. And so staying indoors is a mechanism they are using to protect themselves. Even in these lockdown days, you don't have to go out. Some disobeyed and have been killed. And thirdly, they have also established a self-imposed curfew. So after 6 p.m., nobody goes out. You stay in, because they believe that a lot of the violence occurs at night. And so they've put in place this self-imposed curfew in order to protect themselves. The next one that we've seen, I think I've touched on neutrality and protective silences. And this was also a very important strategy that they are using in Cameroon. And they use this in 3 interconnected ways. One is being mindful and cautious around what you say regarding the conflict and the warring parties. Don't say anything that can put you in trouble, otherwise then you will be a target. The second is avoiding any form of physical contact with the side of the warring parties. This involves being seen walking or talking or fraternizing in any form with these with either of the warring parties. And the third is silence. And here they talked about silence as a form of protection. And this we've felt is a contrast to a lot of the discourses around silence, because silence is seen as voicelessness, is seen as helplessness. But in Cameroon, silence is a form of protection, and that they use to protect themselves. Say nothing, and as you can see from our quote, say nothing, know nothing, do nothing. Because if you say anything, that can put you in danger of being killed. So silence is a very strong protective strategy that they use in Cameroon. It is a strategic tactic. It is not, it's not just a form of voicelessness or helplessness, but a strategic tactics that they use to protect themselves. Next slide, please. Another strategy that they use, the next slide, please. Another strategy is disguise. Here, participants talked about dressing differently to disguise yourself, so that, you know, you will not be targeted. One participant shared a story of disguising himself as a woman just to cross a military checkpoint. So for them, these are very important, using forms of disguise. And also, some of them tend to use double ID cards as a way of protecting themselves here, because on the one hand, when you use the ID card with a Cameroon flag and the separatists see you, you are in trouble. And then when you use a card without the Cameroon flag and the military see you, you are in trouble. So a lot of them are carrying 2 ID cards with them as a way of protecting themselves so that they will not be found in trouble. And then the last point with regards to preventive measures is the dressing appropriately. we found out that dressing, even though prior to the conflict was not problematized or securitized, it has become securitized by the military and have been used to attack civilians, particularly young men. So if you don't dress smart, or you have dreadlocks, or you don't shave, you are automatically accused to be a separatist and can be arrested or tortured. So young men are dressing smart these days just to avoid being arrested by the military. And then for the women, we talk about dressing shabby for protection. So the women cannot dress to look good, because if you look good, you can be a victim of sexual violence. So these are ways that they are using to protect themselves. Next slide, please. Our second and related on protective strategy that we found is early warning and response. And they do this through communication and intelligence exchanges, nonviolent vigilantism, and investigation and rumor control. For instance, with regards to communication and exchange, so this involves sharing information, security updates within community, among families, to inform them about what is happening even before they go out, so that they know what is happening in neighboring communities in order to avoid unsafe routes, or to know which routes are very safe for you to use on that day. And they do this through using diverse tools, such as phone calls, social media. WhatsApp, for instance, was said to be a very instrumental platform for sharing security updates among community members. They also have word of mouth, using the town crier to announce or share some security updates within the community. Blowing of whistles, and we give one of our whistles to be exhibited here today. Use of pots and pans, bottles and church bells, and these are all tools that they use to share information. The second is on the nonviolent vigilantism, where communities are sort of formed watch groups that helps to alert fellow citizens when there is impending violence and help to protect them. Now, there is it's becoming a bit complex, because there are vigilante groups that are coming up, emerging, and they use violence, unlike the unarmed ones that our civilians talked about. And these are funded by the politicians and other government officials, and I think my colleague will touch a bit more on that. The last bit I'll talk about here is investigating information or alert and rumor control. So some of them talked about some of the fact that the alert or information they get sometimes can be false and can lead to panic and fear. There was example in Kumba, one of the hotspots in the Anglophone region, where such alert led to stampede in the market area, leading to a lot of casualties. So they make sure that every information they get, they investigate and ensure that they control such rumor. So I will leave it here, and my co-presenter, Bernard, will continue. Thanks.
Thank you, Nancy. So I'll with more of these preventive measures, and here we're looking at those we labeled as spontaneous protective measures. And amongst them actually is what we observed as evasive measures at home. And sometimes you find that when there is shooting or violence, civilians are forced to spontaneously lie under their bed. They are also spontaneously moving away from windows, doors, or any angle through which maybe they could be taken by a stray bullet. And this we found, conversations or interviews with our various participants. One of also the very common practice has been that of running away and seeking temporary shelter. And this is actually running into bushes, farmlands, churches, palaces of traditional authorities in respective communities, and all of this actually to escape from immediate violence or threat from both warring parties. And another important one too is that of relocation. For this one, some of the civilians actually revealed that they have to spontaneously relocate to neighboring villages, or they cross over to so-called Francophone regions, which appear relatively safer. And in this situation, some of them have actually permanently stay in these new locations, even after the shooting. And I think this is also contributing to the numbers of internally displaced that we actually saw at the start or at the background of this project. But for us, again, one of the most interesting parts of the project and research has been some of the success stories. And one of these actually is in terms of collective protection, because as civilians themselves, they do acknowledge and confidently share that they have been able to collectively engage in measures to protect themselves from the various warring parties or the different forms of violence and danger that they face in their communities. And again, you see that in the very African spirit of Ubuntu, they say, I am because I am the community, and of course, the community is me. In this spirit, they know that they have to work for the protection of others, but also the others in the same community have to work for the protection of everyone else who is in that community. And this is something that has successfully helped to protect many of the civilians. We also have early warning, early response, which we found to be one of the successful measures. And in this case, you notice that the use of social media, especially WhatsApp, to instantly share information or alert about imminent danger or violence has been successfully used, and many civilians have had to escape from danger thanks to the use of these social media platforms. But also NGOs are helping quite a lot, and we've had even community focal persons who provide more reliable information to civilians when they have to escape from danger or from any imminent attack from the various warring parties. And of course, the issue of unarmed vigilantes that have also been created across many communities that are also helping to ensure that civilians are protected. And this is same also for some church groups and leaders that are very active also in the respective communities, because for many of the institutions that exist in communities, they've all been relocated, but churches and traditional institutions actually are still there. But again, you find that some of these strategies have also been more or less non-engagement actually by civilians. And this is actually the reason why you see that some of them prefer to immediately flee or run away from any situation that would implicate them into any form of violence. And among these also, they have to engage in protective silence, and this includes even civilians circulating in some major cities like Bamenda, which is the capital of the Northwest region, where you have to make sure that you stay silent if you're in a taxi or if you're in public spaces where a conversation about a conflict is engaged. You have to stay quiet because you never know who is who, and so that becomes really a point for you to take your own protective measures. And also we have actually interpositioning, which many have been able to survive or get protected thanks to maybe some of the elderly, women or persons in their communities, but also some reputable religious leaders who have been able to interposition themselves and use, of course, their institutions to stop certain attacks or danger in certain communities. And this actually has also helped to protect civilians in the Anglophone conflict. And despite the successes that we've seen, there are quite several challenges that civilians still continue to experience, one of which is that there has been this persistent illegal search and seizure of phones by state security officials to actually disrupt or prevent civilians from sharing intelligence or maybe some of the early warning signals that permits them to run away from danger. And this has happened severally, but including also even from armed separatists who are in these regions. And we've also had situations where some of the unarmed vigilante groups are infiltrated by government, state security officials or forces or actors, so as to commit acts and use them to discredit unarmed civilian vigilante groups. And this actually renders some of these unarmed civilian vigilante groups, really, I would say, ineffective, because at some point they have to be, dissolved, especially when you begin to find some of them affiliated to some violence in some communities where they are created to protect. And you also find that there is the issue of both military and separatists that do try to attack or most often pursue civilians who alert fellow civilians of imminent attacks. So when you are noted for actually, sharing information of any planned attack by either warring parties, you end up being also attacked by these same armed groups. And this has actually led to the killing or maybe arrest and detention of many civilians across these regions. So civilians have had to struggle between these armed groups. And you also notice that even though social media platforms and WhatsApp, for instance, have been greatly used, but also some of the civilians have had to exit from these WhatsApp platforms for fear, because the conflict persists. The government is also deploying more surveillance mechanisms, and this includes, of course, tracking also some civilians who share information using such platforms, and so some have had to exit such groups to be able to stay safe. So again, with all of this happening, unfortunately, there are limited resources for civilians to also employ some of the measures they would have loved to employ, to protect themselves at a larger scale. Next. So I'll invite Gordon to give us or share with us some concluding remarks. Thank you, Gordon.
Okay, let me wrap up with a couple of concluding slides. So the first conclusion on scaling up and broadening out our findings. How can the range of positive examples of community self-protection strategies be disseminated more widely within Cameroon and beyond? And our main suggestion is in relation to NGO linkages from the grassroots to global. So we've very much looked at community self-protection measures. And we feel that local NGOs can disseminate good practices, such things as collective protection measures, for example, within the Northwest and Southwest more generally. And one means of doing this is through the humanitarian clusters that exist, organized through UN OCHA, clusters on sexual and gender-based violence, on health and food. These exist and can be a means by which good practices are disseminated more widely within the two regions. And also, good practices can be disseminated through the wider networks of Anglophone CSOs and trade unions. International NGOs can have a role to play here, especially through funding, for example, for training. But certainly our recommendation is that such funding should be unconditional. It shouldn't come with any conditions attached. International NGOs can also disseminate good practices to wider audiences in Africa and more globally. So I think our key message here is that we've looked at a reversal of the usual top-down, externally led approach to UCP. And instead, our emphasis has been on locally devised, locally generated self-protection measures. And so the key message is that these can be externally supported, certainly, but done so in a spirit of humility. Next slide, please. So I hope that we've provided some evidence to support some of the comments that we heard from Berit at the outset in terms of the way that the network in general has been looking at UCP. So I think our modest contribution here is to bottom-up UCP. reversing the common notion that UCP is implemented by outside bodies, often international ones. Our research has shown local people as active agents in their own protection. The research has emphasized the significance of grassroots actors, a category which is at times missing from typologies of UCP actors. So our intention is not to deny a role for external bodies, but to suggest that they should learn from below. So external bodies should learn from the local protection measures that have been taken. A question to pose, is this a sort of a local turn in UCP that fits in with the local turn in peace building, a more sort of general question to pose to the group. Again, we're not implying that local actors always know best. Perhaps haven't had the opportunity to cover in detail so much here, but there have been divisions and challenges within communities that we've noted. But we are suggesting that locally devised protection measures can be more appropriate to the particular context, the particular needs, and the particular capacities that exist in particular places. On that note, thank you very much for your attention. Asante Sana.
So now we'd like to open up the floor to any questions that you may have for this team. So questions? Comments are also welcome.
Thank you very much for that enlightening presentation. I don't know, maybe I should stand so that I respect the forum properly. I think that's quite enlightening. Well, I also think it speaks to some of the abiding concerns that I did raise in my very brief random thoughts. I do not know what the scope and objective of the research was. Maybe you could mention something on that a bit, and the limitations of the objective, because I see what can be described as a very dystopian environment, where there is a very clear derogation of fundamental human standards, that if you have to live at peace, you must keep quiet, that you must hide, you must observe curfew, that there's a derogation of very fundamental human freedoms and values, and that takes us into the space that I attempted to describe as negative peace, because while you may be temporarily safe from physical harm, you're actually not at peace. The psychological violence against you, and I do not know how important in this context the very real phenomenon of psychological violence is. How long can people live like that, and whether the need to address the fundamental underlying drivers of the Anglophone crisis in Cameroon can be addressed as part of your recommendations, because very briefly in my last paragraph, the crisis in Cameroon arises out of a search for self-determination by the Anglophone South, the attempt to create the state called Ambazonia, and which itself is a factor of perceived or maybe real structural violence between Francophone Cameroon and Anglophone Cameroon, so that the South seeks to get out of an arrangement that it got into through a referendum when independence was coming to Cameroon in the 1960s, that British Cameroon opted to come together with French Cameroon. And then in 2017, the so-called British Cameroon decides that it wants to break away, and this conflict begins. And the only way to be safe as a civilian is to live at a level that is less than human. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muluka. I think we can take 2 more, and then we just answer them together. So Moses, you can go.
Okay, thank you so much. I really thank the presenters for giving us that kind of insights about the project in Cameroon. I have 2 questions, but now I'm going to limit it to 1, because the other one was somehow asked about the political context in Cameroon and how that relates to the UCP that is being used. I will drop that because already Prof has highlighted something on that. So my question is just for out of curiosity, because we know the world of technology these days, the WhatsApp, even when they say this is end-to-end encrypted, is not the case. And that's always what we see. Not in every country, but I know the safety is not 100%. So my question is, like, are there such cases in Cameroon where information being shared by local protector volunteers can be accessed by the third party, most specifically the intelligence agents who actually look for this information? And if so, don't you think this will also make the volunteers vulnerable? Because by the time you share the information, somebody already got the information, and as a result, you can be actually a victim. Just from the presentation, I think it came up that sometimes those who share the information, they ended up being victims themselves. So my question is, how more can we do to protect those who protect the civilians? I think that's the question I would like to really ask. But otherwise, I really enjoyed the outputs of the research. Thank you so much.
Should I go next? I'm going to stay seated if that's okay. My question is about the methodology of analysis around the poetry and the drawings, and how you're analyzing that material in the context of the wider methodology, and what that informs that might be additional, contradictory, supportive in relation to other more traditional narrative-based research. And in particular, I'm interested in that in relation to areas where rehearsed narratives might come up, and where people might be saying the same thing over and over again, but does the creative medium provide a different terrain for narratives, and if so, what are you seeing and how do you analyze it?
So thanks very much for the questions. The political context and UCP measures in Cameroon. Thanks to Dr. Barak for giving a bit more of that political context that we didn't have the time for. Just let me make very clear at the outset that, of course, in terms of our overall recommendations, that we would certainly advocate for conflict resolution with justice, where the grievances of the Anglophone regions are addressed. Unfortunately, the government is intent on a military option at the moment. The last sort of international attempt at peace negotiations was 1 year ago by the Canadians, and that failed after a previous attempt by the Swiss government had failed. So we have a situation where it is difficult for international actors to engage in unarmed civilian protection measures. One example, even Médecins Sans Frontières has withdrawn from both the northwest and the southwest regions due to their members, their medics, being arrested, detained, and imprisoned for periods of time on spurious basis of that they were supporting the armed separatists. So it is a very difficult context. So that has also meant that in terms of the scope of our research that we have focused very much on the locally devised strategies, because to a large extent the communities affected by violence, remember this is a conflict which is ongoing, in particular in the rural areas, and the Cameroonian military is fighting a sort of counter-insurgency campaign against these a large number of small armed separatist groups who are based in the rural areas. So the scope of our research was focusing on these local devised strategies on the basis that communities are very much left to themselves, with support from local NGOs at times, but also very much left to their own devices to protect themselves and others. Bernard, anything to add to that?
Well, maybe I take the question regarding WhatsApp groups and volunteers. Thank you for that question. I think the first thing to say is that actually several volunteers who do share information to inform or alert their communities about imminent danger, some of them have actually found themselves in more trouble. One of the prominent activists but also volunteers in this context has been Abdul Karim, who has actually been in prison or detention for over a year. And one of the key charges against him was actually sharing of information, and of course his phone was seized and searched. But also sometimes you find that other volunteers have had to be trapped because their WhatsApp groups are infiltrated by Secret Service agents. And in Cameroon also we have an agency known as Antique, which also has capacity to survey some of these, WhatsApp groups, and we've had cases like that. And this is the more reason why some civilians and volunteers, when they begin to fear for their lives, they exit such groups. But also we've had, more protection or protective measures by civil society organizations and actors who have some level of knowledge when it comes to maybe cyber security or digital, safety and protection, to be able to train civilians in different communities on how best to manage information using WhatsApp platforms. But this, of course, is not 100% safe, and that is why still they employ other measures to be able to protect themselves. And I understand the issue related to negative peace and psychological violence. I mean, it's also one of the key elements. I think maybe Nancy, you can come back to this. But just to say that when you look at even our work, it's also been one of the challenging areas because civilians sometimes argue that it is also best for them to seek some of these measures that at least keep them safe, while then they also work towards seeing that there are other more sustainable, peaceful approaches, including community dialogues, but also certain other levels of engagement with different actors that permits them to stay safe in communities. And the last point, actually, still related to this, just yesterday when we arrived here, I got information from home, because I'm from one of these regions, the Northwest region. And one of my, in-laws, a truck transporting goods to one of the hot spots that we did select participants from, the truck was punctured on its way to Kumbu because it was accused of plying the road when a ghost town or lockdown has been announced for an entire week. Unfortunately, not everyone got the information, but of course, once that is announced, whether you get the information or not, you become already a target. And these are the kind of situations that civilians then take upon themselves to make sure that they share information by word of mouth, by every available social media platform, or maybe through other focal persons, so that they can be able to protect themselves at the end. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to add a bit to the issue about negative peace that you mentioned. Very true. But in the case of conflict, sometimes we cannot without negative peace. And I feel like sometimes we treat negative peace that is not relevant. But there cannot be positive peace without negative peace. It is important that people protect themselves in the immediate instances of conflict and violence. Before then, we can look at the long-term solutions to that. So I think that they go hand in hand, and in the Cameroon case, with no support from the national and international, using some of these mechanisms are the ways that they can protect themselves with what they have within their communities. So I think that we should start seeing negative peace as an important contributor to positive peace, rather than seeing it as something that is not probably relevant. On the psychological violence, indeed, that was really evident in our research. In fact, there was different forms of violence that came up in our research. So we categorized this into three. We had physical violence, we had violence against properties, and psychological violence. And that was very real. A lot of our participants talking about the fact that there is this cycle of psychological violence within families. When a girl is raped, it affects the mother, it affects the brother, which then affects their even relationship with other community members. So there is this cycle of psychological violence that is created within families and within communities. So that was really a real thing that was going on, and that is why trauma healing and support was one of also the key things that women group particularly have been doing to support their fellow civilians. And we found that one of the ways that fellow women have been protecting other women from sexual violence and its psychological impact is forming these sisterhoods of protection. So they move in groups, work in this woman's farm together. The next day they go to another farm, working together. So moving in groups to protect other women from being attacked, because the separatists or the perpetrators will not attack you if you are in groups. It's very difficult for them to attack. So creating this sisterhood of protection within communities has been one of the ways that they are dealing not only with the psychological violence, but also the physical violence that they are experiencing. And indeed also addressing the underlying causes of the conflict is very important, and I think that we cannot stress that enough. And I think that is one of the reasons for this research that we are doing, highlighting some of these underlying causes, which we did in our previous research, which was looking at the voices from the ground zero, and which actually brought out some of these causes of the conflict and how we can go about addressing them for the long term. I am to talk about the methodology, the analysis for our poetry and drawing. So what we did was that, so we had a session where our participants, did the drawings and the poems, and after each of these sessions, we did a discussion. We had a discussion session where we asked them, so what do you mean by this? Why this particular word, or why did you use this sentence, and why does it resonate with you and your situation in the community? And so during the discussion, they further expanded on some of these, the things that they've written about or they've drawn in their drawings, and then so we used those discussions as a point for our analysis. So we use the NVivo as the software that we use, and we came out with the codes that were resonating with us and our research objectives. And based on that, we developed the themes that we used in our research. So we focus mainly on thematic content analysis, which is what we use for all of our data that we collected. With the rehearsed narrative, I'm not sure, there wasn't that much of repetition, but in cases of that, we mainly focus on some of the quotes that are telling us new and important key issues that have not been touched on before. So we actually didn't have a lot of cases on that in our data. Thank you.
So I'm tempted to let you ask the question, but we have to let the next group come up. Can you make it short and straight to the point? You can take one more?
Yeah, there was another question from the Supreme, or maybe another question.
What do you think? If you can keep it short, yes, but we really, really must go on to the next presentation. I think you could go look.
Francophone in setting up cells and the group in that region. Thank you.
You adhered to the instructions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations. Really fascinating, and can see the similarities to what we do. My question about the positioning. Can you just give us an example or explore a little bit? How can a religious leader, a woman or other, can play this role, and in a context they are already perceived and seen, probably differently by different groups? It's it's fascinating because in our case this is very hard to do. So it would be interesting to listen to get an example or to a little bit expand on that.
My quick question is on measuring the impact, and I know it's always difficult for all our works to measure the impact. But how? What are some of the indicators of how this work of art and interventions that have been done have actually measured to some change, some level of change? And what is the space of this within other activism that's been going on, human rights organizations, religious groups, political activists? Where do you place this work of art? Thank you.
Luke?
Fascinating project, and yeah, thank you so much. I see so many synergies with our own project. So just a quick question about the nature of the community watch groups, and also just kind of how are they organised, and also about this investigation around rumours in order to prevent misinformation. Like, how is this activity? How do they go about this activity?
Thank you very much. Let me just make a start. In terms of the questions from our colleague on my left here, I mean, the trauma healing, I think we thought that, I mean, we made no great claims, my goodness. The amount of trauma that's been experienced in the during this conflict by civilians. We did feel that using our arts-based methods, the poetry, the drawing, was one way in which enabled local civilians to express themselves in a different manner that didn't involve sort of speaking openly. So we felt that those methods were appropriate in a context where our participants had suffered either direct violence or experienced quite extreme violence and could well have been affected by trauma. In terms of what you referred to as terrorist groups, I mean, I think the conflict is between the Cameroonian security forces, either the military, and these armed separatist groups. There are other groups which our participants have referred to as fake ambers. These are generally, because the armed separatist groups are the ambers, the amber boys as they're referred to locally. So you get the fake ambers, but they are not, my understanding, they're not politically motivated in any way. They are more sort of criminally orientated groups who are taking advantage of the conflict and sometimes, you know, pretending to be Ambazonian separatists, but merely to exploit the conflict from their own purposes. So there is that element, but there's, you know, in terms of other terrorist groups like Boko Haram, that's in the far north of the country. It doesn't affect the Anglophone regions to my knowledge.
Okay, well, and maybe to just say that the Boko Haram, or those whom we refer to as terrorists at the extreme north region, are really quite far, you know, from infiltrating the issues in the Anglophone regions. In terms of interpositioning, I think one of the very simple examples that we found from the civilians, for instance, for elderly women, is that in some of the communities, actually, you still have some of these elderly women who have actually, you know, remained in the communities, but who are also reputable, you know, or are credible in the community, but then they use their credibility, their reputation in these communities when sometimes you have had the state forces, you know, coming to arrest, for instance, young persons in communities. Some of these women have stood up or stood out, you know, in the face of such arbitrary arrests or, you know, shooting actually against civilians too. And this ends up actually, you know, deterring some of these state forces. I mean, we have cases in Moyuka where over 60 or 90 young persons were in a football field, and the military stormed the area and just arbitrarily were picking up all these young persons and loading in their trucks. But the women came out and stood against this, and at the end of the day, you know, these young persons were released. This has also happened when some of the separatists, you know, come to kidnap civilians in communities, and some religious leaders or traditional rulers in those communities also have, been able to stand out and also place themselves in between, these armed separatists and civilians to prevent them from being taken. And in some cases, of course, it's not been easy. I think 2 weeks ago, we had a similar situation in Ndop, and it was thanks to still several religious leaders that stood between, armed separatists who had imposed an indefinite lockdown, as opposed to, of course, administrators and state security forces who had also imposed, a shutdown of economic activities for those who respect these ghost towns. And it is actually then the presence of these, religious leaders that had to end up really addressing the issue or helping to despair all of these armed groups and, of course, serving the civilians. I hope that this answers to the question. Thank you.
Yeah, talking about interpositioning, in fact, we had a drawing that actually depicted how, these women groups and religious groups and sometimes even school teachers, even, standing between the armed groups and the school children, pleading and forming a barrier between them so that they will not be attacked by either of the warring parties. So I think it's a very important tool that our community, research participants are using to protect themselves in times like this. When it talks about the creative arts and how it addresses trauma healing, I think Gordon has touched on that, but also, like he said, we use the poetry and the drawings as a means for them to express themselves and share feelings that ordinarily they wouldn't talk about. One of our poems was talking about our mothers, our hope, and how the women have been nursing the wounds of the of the communities, those that are wounded, consoling and encouraging them. These are all forms of trauma healing that they provide for their communities, and this was depicted in the poems that they shared. On the impact of the research, probably very too soon to talk about. It's still an emerging concept, and I think this is a good start, talking about some of the things, research that we are all doing and sharing experiences. I think it's a good start for that, building that collaboration and synergy across our different research groups to see how best we can make impact on the long term. I think it's very important. And I think that UCP, as we know it, has spaces in human rights, peace building, and different aspects of issues that are going on around us. And I think that there is that interconnection because we have human rights protectors in communities that are helping to protect human rights activists that are serving in these communities. So UCP has a key role to play in that. With regards to how they deal with rumor control, I think that they go back also to the platforms on WhatsApp. The WhatsApp platform is a key medium. So when they hear a rumor, they sort of affirm or confirm some of these things via the WhatsApp groups that they are on. And so they chat with colleagues and friends on these groups. Is this true? Is this really happening? And then the feedback that comes to them also helps them to know, is this confirm these rumors before any action is taken. So I think that mostly the WhatsApp is a point of information sharing with regards to dealing with rumors and misinformation within the communities. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. If that is all, I'd like us to give a round of applause to Group 1. You may take your seats. Thank you so much for the insights and also for sharing your research work. So, Prof. Berid, the floor is yours. Yeah. I think you can. Okay. So, after Prof is done with the session she's going to take us through, we'll go for lunch at the Masai Mara Cafe. That is on the second floor. You can use either this side or this route. Take the stairs to the second floor. You'll smell the aroma. So that's where we'll have our lunch. And then we'll kick off. Prof, how long will you take?
3 minutes.
She'll take 3 minutes. So we'll break. Yes, no, I think we come back at 1:45, so we try and save a bit of time. So instead of an hour and a half, let's have lunch for an hour, come back, and then we pick with Sukanya's presentation. Fair enough? Have you agreed that I can cut your time? Okay, cool.
Thank you. So just on your way out, if you can grab one of the sticky notes that Gabri has ended out, or one of your notebook papers, and just kind of jot down your thoughts on what caught your attention about this presentation, what you just heard. 1, 2, or 3 points. And was there anything that surprised you? Just so that you remember. We will hear about a lot of projects, and I want us to remember what we thought about this first one. If you do that, and just hand it to one of our ushers, perhaps, so we can perhaps put them on the wall and all read and remember what we thought about this first presentation, and then off you go to lunch. That would be my wish now. Thank you.
Yes. So let's proceed for lunch at the second floor, Masai Mara Cafe. They're waiting for you.
But nobody leaves the room without writing their notes first.
Okay. So what stood out for me? Conflict resolution in practice.
16 years has been working in various parts of Africa, in Southeast Asia, Asia, and the Middle East. And I have worked mainly on issues of communities and returning combatants and, issues of security sector reform. So this idea of protection is actually cross-cutting and intersectional when it comes to many of the studies I've done before. Quickly to introduce, the project that we got funding for was a small grant through CSS. We don't see the presentation on yet, so I'm hoping that we can see the presentation, please. Yeah? So the title of the project is a bit long. It's about unarmed civilian protection for collective impact. I do want you guys to think about collective impact a little bit here. And what we had was this model of interregional learning, and we were trying to learn from a particular model of collective impact driven unarmed civilian protection. In the case of this civilian, sort of civil society stakeholder engagement network called the JAWS Stakeholder Center for Peace. And we were trying to learn from it, create a video, which we will show now, and potentially apply it to the Northeast, to Borno State, where my collaborator Hamsatou Haja Al-Amin, who is here with me, has been working for many years on issues related to the Boko Haram insurgency and to issues of the quite significant challenges of civilian protection in the Northeast. So in terms of the project team, next please. I'm Sukanya Potter, I'm from King's College London, I'm a senior scholar there, and Hamsatou, of course, is very well-known, internationally well-known feminist who's been working on issues of insurgency and civilian protection, and now more transitional justice with the UK government in Maiduguri in the Northeast. Next slide. So what is this project about? As many of the projects will be sharing their findings here as part of the network, it is about civilian agency and civilian self-protection. But the model that we use is not so much violent conflict. Of course, it's violent, but it's more cyclical or cyclical. And it's kind of structural in the sense of communal conflicts between Christian and Muslim communities in Plateau State in the middle belt of Nigeria. So that is our main model from which we learn about unarmed civilian protection. So what we are learning around is these local experiences, that when you have internecine deep divisions between communities, which clash regularly around intercommunal or religious lines, how do you build protection infrastructures? How do you create safe spaces for communities which are, like plagued by no-go areas? There are almost divisions in terms of, whether you can go to a particular market, whether you can go to a particular, road in the night or even during daytime. And when churches are being burnt or mosques are being burnt, and how do you create inter-ethnic tolerance or intercommunal tolerance? So my focus mainly was on JAWS North and on the JAWS Stakeholder Center for Peace. Now I have seen Gordon and team talk about research aims and questions, so I'll quickly go through that as well. Next slide, please. So the aims of the project briefly was to generate original empirical data and also video documentary around this collective impact model of unarmed civilian protection that has been developed by the JAWS Stakeholder Center for Peace, particularly in the area of community security. And second, we want to, as I said, encourage interregional learning, particularly among governmental, civil society, and community-based stakeholders in the Northeast in Maiduguri, which was our second phase in this area of unarmed civilian protection and community security. So we have already completed the capacity building workshops, which happened in January. Hamsatou was there, I joined online, and we have also undertaken video screenings for 5 communities in Maiduguri, and we have produced a policy toolkit, which we will be sharing with government, and we also had handouts for government and civil society actors, 30 of them. So in terms of the research questions, the first was what lessons can be drawn from the JCP's collective impact model of community-level violence prevention, and in terms of the concept and advancing the practice of unarmed civilian protection in Nigeria, and also particularly close to my heart in terms of the work that I have been doing for many, many years now, is this issue of intergenerational collaboration between elders and young people through such a stakeholder network as the JCP. So creating local protection infrastructures which are intergenerational, which are inclusive, and also trying to understand the contextual specificities and identity-related challenges, protection challenges in Maiduguri, and how can we then capacitate the agency and resilience of these communities in the Northeast through a collective impact model of UCP. So I just quickly want to talk about what is collective impact and what does it even mean. So as a model within international development discourses or even peace building efforts, it is mainly focused on, it started in Canada in the context of climate change issues, but it is focused on shared monitoring and reporting among various peace building organizations to strengthen the capacities of, next slide please, sorry I've forgotten to do that, to strengthen the capacities of civil society organizations. So what is being encouraged is more of a macro approach, a systemic approach. So it's not isolated individual level action, but it is more a coordinated collective or macro system level action. So it is a macro system-wide strategy. And from a leadership paradigm, it's actually about movement building. And there are various conditions that need to be made for it to be a collective impact model, which is clearly defining and articulating community aspirations, a common agenda in terms of protection, creating shared measurement indices in terms of strategic learning, what can we learn, and then also creating mutually reinforcing activities, so that you leverage the learning through training of trainers or through, sort of multiplication models. And also continuous models of communication so that there is inclusive community engagement. And often we need structures in place, as we will see with the JCP, so that there are certain containers or backbone agents for change. So next slide, how does it work? This is a quick kind of take from Search for Common Ground's internal evaluation. Search for Common Ground, by the way, is an organization I worked with for many years. A large peace-building organization based out of Washington, D.C. with the JCP network, but then it became more of a self-sustaining, locally funded model, which I'll talk about. So this is like their chart of how do you make collective impact work. So from a point, or starting point of disorder and confusion to encouraging individual action for protection in isolation, it becomes more of a coordinated model, which is in alignment with community needs, so it becomes more of a coordinated impact model, to collective impact when it is at a system level. So that is the sort of progression in terms of collective impact. Next slide. So the JCP, as I mentioned, the JCP network was initially prime funded through Search for Common Ground with funding from CDA collaborative learning projects, and the aim was to facilitate youth-led, adult-supported, collaborative, multi-pronged efforts for collective action, which was focused on peace and security. That's where I'll leave it. Now, next slide. Our aim, at least in this project, my aim was to use this case study of the JCP and to further the 3 pillars of UCP of nonviolence, of relationship building, and primacy of the local. So I was in Plateau State in July last year, seems a really long time back, and we produced this video to reflect on the learning around UCP, and particularly the work of the Community Security Agency Collaboration Working Group. And we focused in particular on 3 communities, Angwan Damisa, Balakaze, and Tudunwada. So next slide, this is sort of the meeting that we had. I was there during my visit in Anglo-Jos, and we met with the stakeholders, 23 of them attended. We had 14 male and 9 female participants. This was mainly focus groups of qualitative data collection. There were some youth members, 1 male, 2 female. And then, of course, next slide, we moved on to the communities where we learned a lot more about, their everyday challenges, what communal conflict meant in terms of distrust, in terms of these burnt houses that you can see in Angwan Damisa, which is really an urban slum in the middle of Jos. So there have been intercommunal clashes in 2008, in 2010, 2014, 2018, and often these houses which have been set ablaze are still not reconstructed. So what is interesting is that historically the communities were mixed, but then with intercommunal clashes it became quite deeply segregated between Christian areas and Muslim areas. And we will see the video which talks more about these issues. Next slide. And particularly there's this stream dividing these 2 communities. The Balakaze is the Christian community, Angwan Damisa is the mainly Muslim community, and there's also this issue of young people often fighting, whether after smoking or drinking, and many of them abuse different kinds of locally prepared concoctions called drugs, but these are not exactly cocaine, but local varieties, sometimes using, even things like urine in their concoctions. So essentially, they created structures or infrastructures for protection, which were very clear. They were inclusive. They had elders, they had youth, and they worked with the police, at the local level. And a liaison office was created. So essentially, to build trust, they removed the guns. They removed the fighting along communal lines, because what would happen is if the young people started fighting at the stream, when they were smoking or drinking, this fight would then escalate into a communal clash. So if they were Christian and they were hurt, then the Christian community would attack the Muslims. So this was the way in which escalation normally happened. So they created community patrolling structures called the Breaking the Borders ambassadors, who I met. And the main aim was to have this nonviolent structures in place and inclusive intergenerational structures in place, so that there was resolution through dialogue if differences came about, rather than resorting to violence. Largely, the community members I met mentioned that they were extremely grateful to have these trainings that were initially introduced by JSCP, but now they have become self-sustaining because the community has no funding externally, but continues to use the Breaking the Borders ambassador model, continues to use, liaison with the local police. In fact, when I was doing research there, the security services, the police all turned up to make sure that, I was doing what I was saying that I was doing. So they had a watch on me in terms of my presence in the communities. So there is definitely still this, element of distrust. And there were certain areas where even I was not allowed to go still. Not within these communities, but in other parts of Jos, where I was not allowed, in Ricos, where I was not allowed to go. So I went to this market, which initially, none of them they were very scared to go into the market, but now it has been reopened, and they can continue to, do their everyday shopping there. Next slide. Now, one of the important things coming out of this is how to build effective models of collaboration between not only community protection infrastructures or security infrastructures, but also formal security agencies. And this is the last, this is another presentation which has a photo of me meeting the police commissioner, who was really instrumental and extremely committed to this process of continuing communication with communities. Of course, it may not be a model that is reflected in other parts. It is very much in Damisa and Balakaze that we see this working effectively. In fact, next slide, in Tudunwada, which is another community, we found that this was not working as well. Although we have similar sort of intercommunal issues, there's no centralized leadership, effective leadership, youth leaders or elders, who are working around these issues of intercommunal clashes, in segregated areas. In fact, there's a bit of collusion between the security services and the police and local thugs as well as drug peddlers. So if you see that the drug peddlers are reported upon, or they go into jail, the very next day they come out and they are scot-free. So it isn't working effectively, this element of community control or social control over movements of miscreants isn't working very well in Tudunwada, although it is also one of the communities where JSCP has engaged initially. So long story short, next slide, we have the video from Jos, which will be shown at the UCP Film Festival, but we also want to share this with you. So if you just want to start the video, please. I did it.
In 2008, on the 27th November, an kashe mai gidana. Aka zo 2010, an kone gidan. Aka zo 2018, crisis da aka yi na karshe dina Jos yaro na ne.
An kona ya kai su 4 kan 5. An kona a 28, an kona a 210, an kona a 214 ne ko? Wannan na karshen an kona mu.
Da duka anguwan nan muna gauraye ne. were mixed. Amma da wannan damuwa ta zo sai muka ware kanmu musamman akan magana addini.
The moment there are misunderstandings in the town, our two neighboring communities of Rikos, Angon Medamisa and Angon Balakazi, do find itself engulfed. You see a crisis that happened in Gadaview, and at the end, it will be brought back to the community. And before you know it, the once peaceful community, which only a stream dividing them, will now be engulfed into the issue.
Lokacin ina da gidan biredi a nan. Akwai Kiristan a wurin aiki na, akwai Musulun. To da rikicin Ungo da Misa ya faru, manajan gidan biredi na shine ya je yana wa yara fada, shi aka fara kashewa.
An kona mun komai da kike gani na anan. Rayuwa ta zama mai wahala. Don inda zaka kwanta ma wahala ne. Abin da zaka ci ma wahala ne. Da wayannan da muke tare da su wasu ma ban san su ba. Kowa ya ga kowa kamar ya ga makiyin shi ne. Ta ya zan kashe ka ko ta ya zan maka illa.
Ne na zo anguwa na ko 6 months ban yi ba. Aka fara wannan fitina. Aka kona mun gidana. Mutane anguwa sun taimaka da al'umma annabi. Muka dan jara, muka koma. Da muka jara, muka sake koma. After 3 months kuma ko 4 months, still aka sake kona kuma.
You find these youths smoking between the Christian and the Muslim. Before you know, between themselves, they start having problems. Before you know, the thing will escalate between parents, start stoning. Before you know, everywhere will flame.
Don in har sun yi fada suna da abubuwa kamar su wukaken da suna yawo da shi. Sun cire sai ka gan suna fada suna yayyanka junansu da shi. Zai iya yiwuwa cewa dan Krista ne ya kashe musulmi. Don an zo an gangawan dan musulmi, za a ce to ai yaran Krista sun kashe musulmi. Sai ka gan an tashi za a je ramuwa. Ko kuwa a ce musulmi ne ya kashe dan Krista. Muddin an zo an gan cewa dan gawan Kristan ne a kasa, to Kristan ba su yadda ba za a je a rama.
'Yan shaye-shayen da suke zuwa can su je su yi shaye-shayen su in sun samu damuwa, in ma ya kama na kisa ne, in aka kashe mutum ya zama na cewa dan nan ne kashe na nan ko kuma na can ne kashe na nan, to an samu babban damuwa kenan.
Me muka yi saboda mun je mun same su, mun zauna da su, mun kai musu ziyara. Akwai babban su ma ciyaman din sai muka da shi ya ce idan wani ɗayan su ya kawo damuwa mu kira shi a waya. Shi ya san abin da dai musu. Mun zauna suna da ciyaman, suna da sakatare, suna da bai sakataren tsan shashai, suna da kuma nasu suma. Akwai canji da yawa yanzu. Yes, saboda yanzu in ka je wucewa ta gurin ba za su maka magana ba. Sai dai su maka sannu, ba kamar da ban da ka gangara da su kwace waya ko ka ga sun zazzage ka. Yanzu gaskiya ba a yin wannan.
When I came to that vicinity, that place we have experiencing religious crisis, where there's no trust between the Christians, the Muslims, and the security forces. The first thing I did was to go on bridging the gap. That's the confidence building. That's the first step I took to build confidence in the mind of the locals. Though it was very difficult, but later on they key in to our campaign.
Ne mu ne karan kanmu a unguwarmu akwai damuwa, bara mu tashi da kanmu mu fara zuwa ba, sai mun kira shi DPO. DPO zai ce to zai tura mana polisawa, sai gaba ɗaya sai a shigo unguwan a magance wannan damuwa din.
Sai muka zauna dukanmu muka yanke shawarar cewa idan mun ji wani signing a wata unguwa, mun san hanyoyin da ake shigo unguwar mu, mukan sa youth su je su tsaya a wannan hanyar. Duk wanda ba dan unguwar ba zai shigo ba.
To duk sun ji sun zo nan, amma ba wanda ya taba zona da mu kamar da su Siruma suka zona da kuma da DPO. Okay. Su zo su yi mana bla 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 kawai sai su tafi.
We have to introduce or create an office, like a liaison office, a person that the community feel or have confidence in. So to be an intermediary between the security and the community. And if they have any case or any issue, they are the one to come and sit down with the police, because we discover that using force cannot solve situation. Rather, it can aggravate or worsen the whole thing.
akwai lokacin da mu yi Easter sun zo sun sami har mun shiga church tare da su muka yi sujada da su su daga lokacin muka samu kama hanyar zaman lafiya ke
woman leader angon balakaze da woman leader angon mai da musa mun yi kokari mun hada su zumunci wanda har suna adashi ne taimakon kansu
ranar da aka fara kiran mu wannan zaman na gani hausawa raina ya yi zafi ranar sosai na ce an kawo ni domin rama ne ana magana ina kuka kamar a birni in rama
yan jiwo da dama sun zo an kiran zama na ce ba zan je ba dalilin shine idan akwai wanda ya isa ya gaya min cewa kiristan angon balakazi da musulman angon mai da musa za a zauna tare da ce ƙarya ne
mu a nan har sun bani guri guri ne na hausawa na tsallake daga nawa gefen na zo ina noma ina ci ina shi a gurin
mu yanzu ba lalle bane ko security ne su zo su sa angonmu ya zauna lafiya mu da karan kanmu ne za mu sa angonmu mu zauna lafiya
don haka mu ba mu yadda ba ma vigilante ko menene rike bindiga ya ce ya ji abin nan ba saboda zaman lafiya
JSCP is a peace platform where teach people how to move to the grassroots to propagate peace, sell peace, work about peace.
It was a pilot project which was piloted in Jos and Sri Lanka to see how intergenerational dialogue can be used as an instrument to promote peace. Drawing from the backdrop that in Nigeria, where the analysis was done, young people were apparently missing in peace dialogues.
From the onset when I was invited, I joined this group. We were privileged to be selected to conduct a research that eventually brought up JSCP. One of the things I learned is to practicalize the theoretical things that we kept impacting in our students and to step it down to our respective communities.
I'm a member of the Culture of Violent Preventions, which happen to be from that community, Angon Damisa and Angon Balakazi, which is the main flashpoint in violent crisis in Plateau State, if I can say. Because if there's any violence in any place, you find out that the same, it will ignite in that community.
It has been an awesome experience, I would say, because the platform, it's an organic platform because it brings people from the grassroots, people from different communities in Jos North.
We had an interaction. After the interaction, the community now select me. They unanimously agree that I should go and represent them in JSCP project.
JSCP constitute professionals from different backgrounds, lawyers, military personnel, government agencies, religious leaders, market women, and different people from different strata of the society.
The network has really given me opportunity to collaborate and interact with people from different background and community.
No matter how much knowledgeable you are, you can never get it right unless you have good working relationship with all the stakeholders within your community. Who are these stakeholders? The elders, the youth, Christians, Muslims, and those that we tag them as bad guys, jungle guys. They are also stakeholders within the community. So working with JSCP actually helped me to realize that I must have good working relationship with all the stakeholders, even the security, the vigilante, and everybody, before I can get it right.
I know there is two religions in Nigeria, Islam and Christianity, but it was in JSCP that I know there is a religion that I got to know this man, Hare Krishna religion. I don't know, I have never heard about anything like Hare Krishna.
We've got to understand ourselves, the dynamity of the, the crisis, how we can solve the crisis together.
All the things we did in those communities were things I expected the communities to do for themselves, but they didn't even know they could do it. They just felt, well, everything had to be the government.
Until you do something in terms of peace, you may not be able to influence the society.
I wasn't so interested in joining the group at first because I didn't feel that I can make any impact. I didn't feel that as young as I am, my voice can be heard anywhere.
Because of the platform, I have been able to meet and network with elderly ones.
I appreciate GSCP for bringing young people on board for us, because our voices as young people is heard in GSCP.
There was blunt interaction and opening up by the men. You'd see people willing to want to be part of actors in bringing peace in the community, especially where there has to be a community where the borderline is where Christians and Muslims are living, but they're there and they ensured peace will reign here. We're not going to have conflict. We're going to ensure we're going to keep peace.
JSCP makes us like working dogs in terms of community development. We share a lot of stories of our communities.
My emergence as councillor representing my people is somehow as a result of the activities of JSCP. Before the JSCP, I was a comrade, inexperienced comrade, but the training we undertake and the several meetings we had with a number of people and organizations, it molded me to who I am today.
Most of the time when there are conflicts, possibly on the plateau and in other places, that's the only point that we see security coming in. And when we see security coming in, like we are either running away for the safety of our lives and all of that. But I think this network has bridged the gap. We don't have to interact with the security only at conflict points. No, we need to set the ground, and prepare our minds in case of any eventuality.
Working with people who have already been faced with a lot of psychological problem because of the conflict, and asking them not to revenge but forgive was a big challenge, because my working group had to work with those kind of people. It was a challenge to us emotionally as members of the group, because you have to go home and think of those people after encountering them. And also it was a challenge for us to see how we can meet up with their needs without having any grants coming.
The very beginning, the challenges were suspicion. Oh, there are Muslims, there are Christians. Can we come together? The people felt it was so difficult for them to come together. Another challenge was that there were no go areas in Jos. There are communities we could not go in. And so those became big challenges. One of the other challenges was that people felt if we were to start this program, and if you look at the number of young people that were part of it, none of them works. None of them was working. How do we generate money to carry out these activities? JSCP make us believe that even without funds or grant, we can do what is necessary in our local government, our area, even in the nation, Nigeria.
While we acknowledge that collective impact approach to violence prevention, or what we call unarmed civilian protection, was successful in communities of Balakaze and Damisa because it changed the dynamics of their response to violent threats from adversarial to non-adversarial. On the other hand, at the JSCP level, the non-discriminatory integration of young people as partners of peace rather than perpetrators of violence was the most impactful part of it. For the relative failure, aside from the challenges previously mentioned by members, the Community Security Agency Collaboration Working Group, leading the intervention in Chudunwada community, has some leadership distractions, thereby affecting group stability and coordination. Also, the alleged infiltration of security by what members regard as criminal elements reduce the trust that should serve as a fertilizer for collaboration. The thereby making members to feel unsafe. Away from the combatant approach that they normally take, the kinetic approach, this time around we have brought them into this approach so that they also see the beauty of the non-kinetic approach to peace building. It was an approach where we convened different stakeholders across different boards to first of all hear their thoughts around the conflict. Bearing also in mind that conflicts are perceived differently, so also are the solutions. So when these conflicts are not collectively viewed, there's every possibility that you then have a clearer understanding of the issues and then collectively agree on the solutions. Now the essence of it all is not merely to just do intervention, but to pilot approaches so that they are able to document these approaches. And when these approaches are documented, they are learned and adapted by others who are facing the same problem.
Thank you so much. Right. This was a pure labor of love, and I also needed extra money to get this done from King's, so thanks also to King's College London and CSS. Now, I quickly want to wrap up. I know we've short on time, but in terms of why it was important to view this video is that it is one of the main digital and artistic outputs from this project, and it is also the video based on which we have gone ahead with the second phase. So if we can go back to the next slide, please. So quickly, I just want to talk about the second phase, which happened in January. So we had a 2-day capacity building workshop where we used this video and other lectures around UCP, policy toolkits, handouts to engage 30 government and civil society actors from Borno State, where the context is very different, but some of the challenges around, trust, around civilian protection, around use of nonviolent methods and encouraging the use of nonviolent methods is very much, there. So we had a really good representation, and I think Hamsatu might tell us a bit more about these workshops because she was there and running them. But on the whole, we had representation from the security services, Ministry of Women Affairs, Internal Security, Information, Nigerian TV turned up. Then we had the police, we had a very good representation at these workshops. So hopefully we will be able to influence. So the policy influencing ambitions will come through. Next slide, please, and I'm almost going to finish. So we also had community video screenings of this video with 5 communities. You have the details there, and we had a really good representation in terms of a sample of the community members from Maiduguri, all thanks to Hamsatu's extremely capable management. Just a few, next slide, a few photos from the workshops. Next slide. And we were reflecting on issues of protection challenges in the context of Borno and Maiduguri, because it is not an issue of religious conflict. It's more about counterinsurgency and insurgency-related violence by Boko Haram and returning Boko Haram, the disarmed and surrenderies, and how that is affecting and displaced people, and how that is affecting security and protection issues. Next slide. So we were running these facilitated workshops talking about protection challenges and how could we learn from the model of collective impact in JOS, how can it be applied, and some of the things that we found is that actually there are informal initiatives around UCP in Maiduguri as well. It is not as systematically organized as the JSCP example, but there was in fact a great deal of reflection that even if ex-Boko Haram are trained in UCP, they can spread this message of nonviolence rather than attacking infrastructure and civilians, that they could be brought into the fold of dialogue, particularly through traditional religious leaders and women, and a more interfaith kind of contact. And also the Al-Amin Foundation, which does a lot of work with these communities, will continue to engage them on issues around transitional justice, returnees of IDPs, and ex-combatants. Next slide. And one of the things we found that there was also evidence of intergenerational collaboration, and particularly there were examples cited of existing intergenerational examples which you can see here. There were also, next slide, also issues around community security, and there were several examples, and I need to analyze the data a bit more carefully. This is very quickly put together, but there are several examples of community security issues, and we need to probe what the UCP potential of that is. I think we just have one more slide, or maybe two more slides. One more slide, next slide please. And there are also various examples of community and agency collaboration, but no particular network, a stakeholder network like JCP. So we are trying to encourage that. At the end of the community screening and the workshops, a WhatsApp group has been formed around UCP. Maybe that is the nascent kind of sustaining variable in terms of creating a more formal network going forward. Final slide, as I said, we have policy influencing ambitions through this project. So we have given policy handouts. We've created a toolkit which will be physically delivered to various relevant stakeholders by Hamsatu and her team. We of course have the video which we are circulating, and we have these members on the WhatsApp group who will continue to engage in UCP learning. So I hope the money has been well used, Berit and Rachel, and I hope you're happy with the results. Thank you so much. Hamsatu, did you want to add? Sorry, Hamsatu might want to add something from Maiduguri, because she was there running the show.
Okay. Thank you very much. You have seen it all. And then really, as she has said, the context is completely different from the case in northeastern Nigeria. Ours is an asymmetric warfare where young men in our community have taken up arms, fighting the government and then their own people. So the war is still going on. That is the Boko. Sorry, you may not know, I am from Maiduguri, northeastern Nigeria, where the Boko Haram insurgency started and then spread across northern Nigeria and then this Lake Chad region. So therefore, the war is still going on, and then the actors in the war are, number one is the Nigerian military itself, that government brought in as an intervention to stem the tide of the violence, who I think it's by commission or omission, became part of the problem, because they don't understand who the Boko Haram is, while the boys are in our communities. So they go ahead massively arresting young men, where hundreds of thousands of our young men have been arrested to date, getting to over 10 years now, no accountability, no nothing. Thus, it brought about a scenario where the soldiers see us as community, as all Boko Haram, because they don't know who a Boko Haram is. So until we started cooperating with the military somehow. And then the other one is the Boko Haram itself, that sees we, the community members, as disbelievers. Therefore, we are not spared by either the military or the police. And then the issue of criminality now came in, where Boko Haram became a hydra-headed monster with several health criminals, hired assassins, kidnappers, all operate under the name of Boko Haram. But then with this, so to cut the story short, with the screening impact, until this video was brought to us to start this screening, honestly, even to me, the human rights defender as peacemaker, the concept of unarmed civilian protection is completely an alien one to me. So, but then we have been doing a lot of our initiative as peacemakers, where we have a lot of structures on ground. For example, we have the Northeast network, civil society network on transitional justice and reconciliation, where we brought about civil society partners to build their capacity so that we can be addressing some of these issues together. Then we have the Northeast Civil Society Network as voice of the voiceless in the Northeast, that is solely my own initiative that started around 2013. Then we have the community advocates. And then what we have, another one that we have, we call the She Builds Peace. that is all women faith-based organizations were brought as women peace builders to address the issue of maybe the mistrust between Christians and Muslims that have been exacerbated as a result of the Boko Haram insurgency, where the Muslims, the Christians see the Boko Haram itself as even an agenda against the Christians, while we Muslims also have our narratives of Christians' complacency in the Boko Haram. So it is a very, very complicated case, scenario. And then we instituted what we call the Community Dialogue Forum, where we make community representatives to be dialoguing with service providers, because in the communities, honestly, we never trust even the security agents in our context, because women in my area will tell you Nigerian soldiers are worse than Boko Haram. And then the soldiers too, when I go to them, they say, Mama, we are also victims because your people know who the Boko Haram is, but they never inform us, they never alert us and watch them come and kill us. So you see a very, very complex scenario. And then we created what we call the media forum, where all these initiatives and others can now be, in fact, popularized across the society and others. So these are all our initiatives at the Element Foundation that now can easily align, that resonates with the concept of this unarmed civilian protection. In fact, I have not been trained on that. I don't even know what it is. But then when it was come and then screened, and later I really realized that what I have been doing over the years is all about civilian protection. Because in fact, when everybody was running away, leaving my community, I refused. I said, I have to know who this Boko Haram is, talk with them to understand why they are doing this. And then in the process, in fact, I became their mama. They call me mama, they call me auntie, that my whole society now calls me Mama Boko Haram, Auntie Boko Haram. And they have never threatened me, honestly, to date. So these are, in fact, so many issues. So going forward, looking at what is there, I think we are going to focus on inclusivity. Yes, really, where each and everybody has to be inclusive. In the context like ours now, the Boko Haram themselves have started surrendering in mass. As I am speaking, about 160 of them, fighters with their families, have laid down their arms and come back to the society community. But it was an overwhelming situation. The radical tendencies in them and then the ideological this thing in their heads that makes them the extremists has never been addressed. So as a peacemaker, I have to identify this and then introduce what I call the community-based de-radicalization, starting with the women and children. Because in fact, in my community, the women coming back with their children, even members of their own families refuse to accept them. They reject them. And the communities have genuine reasons. They have genuine fears and concerns. Because these ladies, what they tell me, they say, Mama, we fight, we kill, we slaughter, we drink from the human blood. When it goes tough, we even eat from the human flesh. So why shouldn't they fear them? So, but then, now they are coming back, the government is bringing them to live with us. Another danger for us. So what do? We have to protect ourselves. One is now to do away with the stigma and rejection, so that how do we now engage with them, neutralize the radical tendencies that have gone into their heads, and then also convene community dialogues, bring them to dialogue with the communities to really understand the dangers of rejecting and stigmatizing these people and others, so that we can live in peace, so that we can save them from these atrocious behaviors of eating, slaughtering, and others of fellow human beings, to make them better responsible citizens, and then at the same time save our community members from the atrocities they can likely commit. So in a nutshell, in fact, I know time is behind us, but then also we have to work to break the culture of silence also. The Northeast is the most underdeveloped part in Nigeria. So what do? I have to, in fact, build a relationship across. The insurgents already, we have built that relationship, but the Nigerian military, between me and them, is a relationship of fear and apprehension. They are apprehensive of me, and I fear them, because they have even arrested me on occasions. So therefore, but gradually through, we have to get one of our funders who funds the military, and funds me to broker a relationship between me and Nigerian military so that I can be able to penetrate them and share my experiences, the time of experiences that our people are popularizing among us of despising the military in spite of the fact that they have even signed with their lives to defend us, but then people see them as worse than even the terrorists who kill also. So now I have, now gradually that relationship has been built. Now the military is comfortable to allow people like me to go into where we call the house of horror. They are detention facilities. Now we enter as a result of several advocacies and others. Recently, they have released more than 150 children who were detained more than 7 years back, and to date they are not even up to 20 years old on charges of terrorism. And then the women in the barracks who now, military now that come out, now tell me all the women who have been coming out of that detention facility now in fact did no longer report sexual violations within the facility. Otherwise, before, women come up with pregnancies, with babies in their hands, that I have to create another network of what I call the invisible children, who were conceived and born while their mothers were in detention. So it was a very, very overwhelming, situation that we have at hand. And then there is a lot of work that needs to be done. And then, I think the collective impact model has to be employed and then be applied to all these initiatives. Should I continue to take, honestly, I can take the whole day reporting and then talking to you about the personal interventions that I am making as a peacemaker in that part of the country, which made me locally rooted and then globally connected. Because in fact, not even the INGOs who are working in that context do address issues, the root causes, that is the issues of human rights abuse, simply because for fear of the Nigerian, almighty Nigerian military or the most vicious Boko Haram. So therefore, but then my building relation with both sides have now, in fact, led to saving and protecting my community, particularly women, young people, from some of those things. But then there is a lot of work to do. And now it is now a period for capacity building, disseminating the good practices, and then how do we popularize it and scale it up so that we can make wider outreaches. So let me leave you with that. There is a lot in fact to say, but then, yeah.
Thank you. She's spoken with a lot of passion. You can feel her passion for peace building. Thank you. Thank you, Sukanya and Hamsatu, for the presentation. We now open the floor to questions. But just before I do that, allow me to request Aliyu Salisu, the team from Bayero University, Kano, and the next team also to share their presentations. You can share your presentation with Prof. Berit, and then I'll get it from her. Please, kindly, so that as we do this session, we prepare for the next one. Okay. Okay. Okay, Prof will sort that out. So, questions?
Can we specify how many minutes they have?
Yes, I want to give you a session from the clock. You can say it's 2:45, so we have 15 minutes. We can. Well, Rachel says 10, so keep it short and direct to the point. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for a very nice presentation. I wanted to ask, how did you merge the collective impact model with the do no harm concept of CDA?
CDA?
You mentioned CDA in your presentation.
Yeah. So do no harm is, obviously in the context of aid, and particularly in civil conflicts where I've worked and many of us have worked, it's aid being usurped by armed actors in ways that help them regroup and then attack more civilians. But in the context of collective impact, it is not so much, looking at that divide between, where the armed actors are also benefiting, but it's looking at all the stakeholders, within local communities, whether these are government, whether these are, as I said, the security actors, whether these are traditional leaders, whether young people. So the collective impact approach is more a system-wide, macro-level approach, where it's creating consensus across all these silos that we have of government and non-government, of community and security, and trying to create a consensus around what will work in terms of localized protection infrastructure. So that is, at least aspiration with this model in the context of UCP. I hope that was clear. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, hello. Thank you for that. I'm very interested in these impact measures. My question is about how do you deal with the endogeneity problem of aid literacy and evaluating impact?
So, thank you. That's an interesting one because recently we've been working with a collaborator. I've been working on issues of, looking at indigenous monitoring and evaluation, particularly not so much of aid, but of localized peace building infrastructure. And one of the things is that although it says collective impact, we are not really looking at measurement through normal monitoring and evaluation, kind of models, although Search for Common Ground did use a more significant change measurement, which was one of the ways that they looked at different stories and what was the most significant change. But in terms of the communities themselves, their monitoring is very much indigenous. It's not.
My question was endogeneity, like about confirmation bias, given the kind of aid language in the film.
Absolutely. So what I'm trying to say is that although it borrows collective impact as a evaluation kind of terminology, as you said, we are not looking at measurement along those lines. So the measurement is very much localized in terms of, what can we observe in terms of change, the most significant changes. So we are not using the tools of M&E with the local actors because they're not being trained in M&E. What we are encouraging is more indigenous models of observing change, which could be just in terms of whether we feel more peaceful. As you know, Roger McGinty, also one of the collaborators on CSS, and Pamina Fritschau, they have been working on these everyday indicators, right, where they're not using the terminology of M&E. And I think we borrow the impact model kind of terminology, but we are not applying an M&E toolbox to measuring that. So the confirmation bias elements are not there.
But I guess I would have to, I'm sorry, I'm not being brief, but I would have to come back on that because the film very much reproduced a very specific language around things and even using acronyms to talk and, speaking in English, and there's a kind of performativity to it. So I think there's something there to look at in terms of how we evaluate impact when we're measuring it on narrative in a particular frame where the language of aid organizations and more normative peace language is being used. Is it indigenous if it's in English, if it's using acronyms, if it's talking about, maybe you want to speak to that.
I think there is a bit of conflation here in terms of it being introduced by Search for Common Ground as a particular model, but over time, as it has become more locally owned, it has not applied the same elements of measurement that a INGO, a peace-building INGO would go in and measure and evaluate their projects. But I see what you say in terms of using English or, the stakeholders were all educated and elite. I don't think that, that detracts from the overall achievements. And I very much accept your point that this is only the success story which is being put forward. It was actually not in my control. It was very much the JOS-based organization which wanted to, and we had a lot of difficulty around why should we just project a success story. But that is the story that I was allowed to project. So that is a completely different narrative around why the co-investigator from JOS is not here, because they didn't want to show the failures which I wanted to show. So that's a different part of the project. It's a limitation of the project that we don't capture all the failures. But I think we had a really difficult time convincing the co-investigator from JOS that we should also allow the negative aspects, and that's why he's not here. So let's not go down that route of the difficulty of managing this project. But I appreciate what you picked up on, and that is one of the limitations. Rosemary.
Okay. A quick one. What experience can we learn from you from creating a media forum within the communities? Because you say it was successful in bringing the community together, but also again the other question is the community initiatives like Indigenous Initiative of Peace. What lessons also can we learn? Because looking at northern Nigeria can be a good case study for us to look into how communities can be dealing with various problems that affect them at community level, because you say what the other community saw as conflict might not have been seen by other communities as a conflict. So how can we learn from that?
Yeah, thank you very much. Media is very, very important instrument, but then due to the, maybe, can I say, the Nigerian problem is all centers around system failure. The media is part of it. So in fact, even the stories and the news that comes from the media, for people like me, it becomes no longer interesting, while the community focus is on something that touches on their lives directly. So therefore, creating now a separate forum specifically for media, where you have the social media, the bloggers, the electronics, all what have you together, bring them together. When we brought them together, we also have to undertake building their capacities, getting professionals in the university, partnering with the university on conflict-sensitive reporting, and then on reporting human lives within the conflict context rather than politically and other issues that are being paid by brown envelope. So we made them now part of our family, the Al-Amin Foundation family, so that we carry them together even on our advocacies. It is very, very interesting. Now the media are always with us, and then the kind of feedback also they are getting in the communities because of the kind of new reportage that now they now produce, which touches on what the borders around the community and the conflict, is very, very encouraging, and it encourages them all. So therefore, it goes a long way. So now we even started, when we started our community-based de-radicalization, can you believe, in fact, when we expose certain inner deeper secrets of the Boko Haram, like the eating of human flesh, drinking of human blood, and all the nasty things, you know, the media became like us. They are no longer blowing it up as before. Sensitively, we are managing it so that we are enlightening the communities as well as the larger society. And this community-based de-radicalization of changing the mindset, winning the hearts and minds of an extremist is honestly a very, very unique initiative that we started, and then it needed the media. And that media, it has given the media a new age now, a new, let's say, outlook even in the society, so that the impacts they are making cannot be quantified. So therefore, it is something worth, I think, going on with building their capacities further, empowering them further, so as to change, even reorient them from the corrupt way of reportage, where you have to pay them to carry useless news that does not add any value to the lives of the community and the public. I hope I have said something that, yeah, thank you.
Gender.
Yes.
No, actually, they answered part of it, but I was like, it's something about the collective impact model when it comes to internal conflict between communities, whether they are Muslim, Christians, and so on. And sometimes it's embarrassing to talk. How you opened up to the society, or the society opened up to you, in order to reach the information that you needed for seeing an impact, and especially you are from Nigeria, from these communities, insiders and outsiders.
It is very, very, really very, very interesting. You know, with the Boko Haram insurgency, the mistrust and divide and polarization between the Christians and the Muslim widened further. But then, when I contemplated it, I said we have to save our communities. How? I now focus on the women. That is when I brought the Muslim faith-based organization, women-based, and then the Christian women-based. And these women now advise me to include youth Christians and youth Muslim, like the Muslim Student Society, the Christian Fellowship Association. And now as a woman with my age, I'm not a young person, my age is now getting to 67. So therefore that gave me an edge and then a kind of respect and even legitimacy to talk openly to the hypocritic leadership and bureaucracies in both religions that do not want to see us see the truth. Hence when I started, honestly, yes, as a Muslim, I equip myself with even the basic knowledge of the Bible. When I tell them, yes, from the book of Abraham, which the Muslims call Ibrahim, to that of Moses, Musa, we call him, to that of Jesus, which David, that is Dawda in Islam, to that of Jesus, which is Yusuf, and that of Muhammad. It is all from the single Lord who created us from one single soul, but then created us several men and women, some of us black, some of us white, so that we can what? To understand each other, not to fight each other. It is only when we die that God will now punish us based on what our belief. So what is the cause of us fighting one another? I have to appeal to people's sentiments. And in Islam, I was told there is no compulsion in religion. So what brought about the issue of if you are not a Muslim or if you are not a Muslim, we cannot go along together. And then several examples within the Bible and then the Quran that go together. I brought them and displayed them before my fellow women, who, as women, you know, we are the first responders. When they kill, it is our sons that they kill and husbands. And then we are now burdened with the whole impact human cause of the insurgency. So who will better propagate this openly than us? And now we urge them, as Christian women, go back to the church and then engage their men. As Muslims, go back to the Islamia and then engage their men. So nobody can deny it. This is from the book you believe that we brought it out. We did not create it, so that what will you deny, what will you argue upon? So it was very, very open discussion that in fact there is no two ways to truth. Either you take it or leave it. So therefore, yes, openly, we have to address it, and that is how we came a long way. Otherwise, before, the Muslims will say, oh, even the soldiers don't arrest Christians, only Muslims are targeted. And then we, the Muslims, say, is the Christians, even the soldiers, there are Christian soldiers who come and kill us as Muslims. But when we brought them together, we really understood the Christians' women's secret behind their sons not being arrested by the soldiers, unlike the Muslims. The Christians coordinated themselves when their children were arrested, followed through their leadership of Christian association, while we, the Muslims, everybody deserted us, the women, and then zipped up their mouths so that the Muslim youth remain the principal target of arrest and others. So it is very, very interesting. This is a very sensitive issues. If you have to address them, it has to be with an open mind, and who else will do it but we women, with patience and perseverance, we can be able to achieve that.
Juliet?
So we are completely out of time. So Rachel, allow me to take the next, just take down your question, whatever question you may have, then we'll pick it up.
Engage in the course of the 2 more days that we have.
Definitely, yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So apologies for that. Next, they're setting up the presentation for Clinton Guaco, Emmanuel Birech, and Celine Korir, Rural Women Peace Link. You're ready?
Yes, thank you, Juliet, thank you. So my name's Rachel Julian. I'm one of the co-investigators for Creating Safer Space, and my task this afternoon is to help us hear from 3 of the presentations. So thank you so much for starting us off this afternoon with that very inspiring talk. So this is the time when we have a changeover. You have your post-it notes. You can see the ones you did from this morning are already up. So if you have a few minutes to reflect on what was surprising, or what was new, or if you have a question you weren't able to ask, for you to have that up there so we can build this picture of what is shared across the different projects and presentations. So, and there is a reception this evening, so we have plenty of time, even at the end of today, to meet and talk and ask questions. So thank you. And I think if you have your questions while we're waiting, you could put them up on the wall. Or are you collecting the questions again? Still collecting. Fantastic.
Sorry, I'm still collecting. So if you have a written note, just signal me. Thank you.
So if any of you are wondering about the program, because we lost some time this morning, well, didn't lose it, we did something else with the time this morning and chatted. We are keeping all the project presentations in the same order. So it might mean that because we have the reception this evening at the exhibition, the last one of today may become the first one of tomorrow. So, and then we squeeze them in that way. So they stay in the same order. That's correct. Yeah. Oh, no. Apparently it's changed.
Where's Juliet? So we are missing the presentation from the school, which is why she has asked for this group to come first. Can you ask whether somebody from this group is here?
From Rural Women Peace Link? Oh, okay. Oh, the people who are from Bayero University? Yeah. Do you want to just come and talk to Barit and sort out the presentation?
It's okay, we found it. Yeah, we're good.
It's okay. Very organic. So, the floor...
Yes, so all in all, just come and get ready. We are ready for you.
Good afternoon, all. I think I'm very happy to be here, and more excitingly, to present on the top of Sukanya and Hamsatu's presentation. I'm happy that probably Dr. Laura Porisic of the Natural Resource Institute, who is the PI for this project on gender-based violence and community protection in land, natural resources, and climate conflicts. So interestingly, our focus and the study site is also northeastern Nigeria. And you can see the context, the slide please. Yes, and we say that actually the umbilical cord of Boko Haram insurgency was cut in 2009. And we are emphasizing two things here. Of course, there were elements, symbols, and signatures of this problem. But we are saying the use of brutal force by armed forces. At the end of the day, you see, if you want to link an armed civilian protection, we also have to go back to the coinage. You know, because we say, as we see by the end of the slide, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Every single force is there. So it's like right from the word go, the security establishment has the feeling that they have the license because, of course, it is in their language and in their head that they are for force, they must use force. All what they do must be based in force. Of course, I quite disagree with something that my elder sister Hamsatu said about the genesis of this problem. Right-based approach, which is not completely wrong. But the focus of our study is actually emphasizing on the environmental crisis, the sleeping ones and those that have been awake for decades. In that context, we have the understanding, and it has been scientifically established, that the Lake Chad, the biggest natural lake, at least in the West African region, has lost 80% of its original size for 1960s. By 1990s, 80% of it is gone due to human impact and droughts and desertification. And this lake is actually the springboard of life and livelihoods for many communities. So always there is that link between environment, livelihood, and security or insecurity. Now, since the beginning of the Boko Haram crisis, more than 1 million people have been displaced from rural areas to Maiduguri and other urban areas in Nigeria, including Lagos and Abuja. So in other words, we are emphasizing that the role of environment is critical. The role of climate change is also very important. Now, we built this work on 3 research questions, which focus on, of course, we try to skip other things which have been quite recurring in all other presentations, especially the aim of the project and things of that nature, to focus specifically on our own research questions. So the focus we are asking about the characteristics and drivers of GBV, vulnerability and agency, especially sexual and physical violence, as they are linked to land, natural resources, and climate-related conflicts. And we also set some inquiries looking for answers on why or what grassroots and civil society actions including, and of course also UCP practices have formed in response in different global regions, but of course linking with the situation in our study area. And finally, the lessons. So as I present this, I'm sure my colleague, Dr. Zainab Nuhu, will take over from me at appropriate time. Remain seated, I will invite you. So this is the kind of conceptual framing. But it is very important to see that this is something that, whether you talk about the principles or methods of UCP, which you can see them on the table. Of course, sorry, it is not that very clear on the table. But whatever it is with regards to like the methods, proactive engagement, monitoring, relationship building, the key skills, you cannot kind of ignore the central role of environmental change. Issues like extractivism, resource grabbing rushes, context, and what have you. You cannot link these with structural violence, interpersonal violence, and fundamentally gender-based violence. It is important here to stress on our methodology. Abundance of literature. Of course, the Boko crisis has sparked interest among academics to do a number of studies from different disciplinary backgrounds. The historians are there, political scientists are there, and of course, even transdisciplinary studies in the sense that even activists like Hajia Hamsatu are doing their own best to see that at the end of the day we got some level of knowledge. But I think gaps remain. But the literature has really spotted us. So while going to the field, we essentially used key informant interviews, which is fundamental for a situation of this nature, where people, I think, cannot easily, or researchers cannot easily get access to the people, to the victims, to the survivors, and other critical stakeholders. We also complemented that with focus group discussion with different stakeholders, particularly women and children in communities and from communities that they have left as a result of the violence. However, I think for me personally, as someone who led the research, what I find most interesting is our ability to link, verify, and reaffirm the FGDs conducted with visual story work. So what we did, we had groups, right, of participants. And because the groups are in different spaces, it's not possible for one participant in one group to know what others are saying. Of course, there is that diversity of information. But while that is taking place, we ask our artists to go around each table and listen to what is happening there. So we got the output, different drawings. Then we, at the end of the FGD sessions, we grouped all of them together, and then we pasted these artworks. So it's like we ask the participants, one group says this. Then they will say, yes, it's also true. We experience this. And or they will say, no, we don't have this kind of experiences. So that really helped us to draw another set of knowledge through the use of this visual work. Now, importantly, for researchers interested in UCP and GBV, it is very important, really, for us to stress, to use, emphasize stroke ethics. I quite remember Laura asking us to get somebody, a counselor, who will give support to our participants. And it's not important. But I was wrong, and the situation proved me wrong. When the sessions were on, some women collapsed with their children. Some of them actually are drug abusers. And some of them confidently say, yeah, we know how to support them. Actually, during the session, one of them went out to the toilet and took drug. This is really sad. But if you are not prepared for this, then you will make a lot of mistake. And sometimes some of them will say, no, I don't want to be photographed. I don't want my child to be photographed. So definitely we have to take into consideration this kind of challenges. So the findings will support us. Zainab, will you come and maybe you are the second pilot, then, but definitely not the spare.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. Now we'll share our findings. You see, when I was watching your video, I became quite emotional. I was just seeing my face. I'm from that community, actually. I grew up in Jos. I understood the dynamics of the conflict. And I was asking myself, if all of us grew up together, why are we fighting? And then, how can we contribute to peacekeeping in our community? Now, back to the focus of our work. For our findings, for our first objective, we looked at vulnerabilities. We've looked at prevalence. How common is GBV in our community that is specifically linked to land, natural resources, and climate change-induced conflicts? And just like my colleagues mentioned, we took in visual. We had artworks, and these are some of our findings. We observed that land is the most important resource there. Community members till the land, means of sustenance, means of livelihood. And because of the multicultural setup of the Northeast, even women have farms. So, we're looking at grass is grace. This is one of our findings, and this is one from our discussion. We distilled this and tried to present them. Grass is grace, no grass is disgrace. We have women that engage in livestock rearing, so if they don't have access to fodder for their animals, and then there is experiences of theft, there is a problem. Then access to trees are not easy. Trees are deemed as very valuable resources. Trees that can be economic trees, and then trees available for energy extraction. Now, next slide, please. We said on the situation of natural resources, we have some of the direct quotations from our respondents, and I'll just read verbatim. A female teacher from Maiduguri said that before the crisis, most people in the community were farming during rainy and dry season. But now security personnel are basing in the location, and as such, no one is allowed to go there to farm. So much of tenure insecurity. It's either the military are stopping you, or you feel threatened because you don't want to be attacked. Now, from a male youth leader from Baga. Baga is a community in the outskirts of Maiduguri, Borno, northeast Nigeria, also disclosed that no one has access to farmland and river, so land and water. Similarly, a female FGD participant posited that people have abandoned their farmland for fear of Boko Haram. A female GBV counselor, we interacted with some counselors that are they are case workers with gender-based with GBV victims, actually. They work with them for psychosocial support, and then see if they can contribute and how they can give back to the community and feel safe at the same time. Now, let's quickly move to, we said key informant interviews, focus group discussion reveals high level of physical and sexual violence. We've established that there are high cases of gender-based violence. Now, in as much as it affects men and boys, it is very common with women and girls. In addition, and when I say girls, I mean underage girls, adolescent girls. In addition to physical and sexual violence within these cycles, even at farmlands, women are exposed to this GBV. Now, prostitution and criminal behavior are very, very high, as well as child labor because there is extreme poverty. Sorry, are we on the same slide? Okay, yeah. Now, the social fabric is lost. Is deepened, and then there is plenty of suspicion and fear. People don't know who to trust. And then the conflict has bred mistrust among people. It also dispersed or scattered families. There is high cases of family disintegrating. Some of the men leave their family because they can't take care of them. They don't have any means of livelihood. Times are hard, and then the female have to fend for themselves. And then for other women that we interviewed, some of them have lost their spouses, and they are now the breadwinners of the family. So it's quite a difficult situation. Please, next slide. And then we looked at exposures and risk. And one of our artwork is showing, am I safe? The question is all about safety. And one of the respondents said, I have suffered from sexual harassment, abuse, and rape. Sometimes up to 3 or 5 men will rape at a time. You see, most of this finding is heartbreaking. I'm a woman, I can relate, and at a point in time, all of us were crying. I was one of the persons that collapsed, actually. It was harrowing if you listen to the experiences of these women and young girls. It was terrifying. It actually terrified me. And after the research, it took me a very long time before I got back to normal and everything. So these are some of the experiences. But the question, am I safe? Where to go? When to go? With who to go? Who do I trust? All of these questions arise. Now, if we look at the characteristics, still we look at poverty and stigmatization of IDPs. Internally displaced persons leads to lack of access to basic needs. Basic needs like shelter, like food, like security. Also men and boys, not just happening to women. Then we think about safe places such as schools and areas of worship which have been destroyed. Now, for some of the religious setups, you find the church or the mosque always are some sort of safe haven for people. But when most of them are destroyed, there are problems. Then family disintegrating, we've mentioned that before. So please, next slide. And then we look at another of our artwork, and this is tagged forgotten, abandoned. This is exemplifying or depicting a woman with her children. She's been forced to marry, and then after some time, she can't live anymore with the man. She's helpless. She has children, so she has to resort to begging to feed her young children. Because all of her family, her husband, and then her family of orientation have abandoned her. And then some of these women, because they have been pressurized, they don't have anywhere to turn to. Some of them have resort to taking drugs, hard drugs, anywhere they can find them. Some of them, as coping strategies, even though negative, they take part in prostitution just to fend for themselves and fend for their family if they have any. And then there's this case, it's terrifying, but we're going to share it anyway. There's this story of mothers selling their babies for paltry sum because they want to survive. And this is one of the art depicting that, how much you sell your child. You birth it, and then you sell it because you want to survive. And then it's just like some sort of baby-making factory in the making. And that's one of our findings. And then we look at what are the strategies at different levels, interacting with other organizations, non-governmental or governmental, to look at protective initiatives. Now, we look at interaction between grassroots and the strategies, NGOs and National Protective Initiative, grassroots level strategies. We looked at collaborations, and we found that grassroots organizations collaborate with NGOs for resources, for expertise, and then for organizational support. One of our findings show that the level of trust given to some NGOs is more than the level of trust given to national protective initiatives. Then for advocacy, grassroots initiatives amplify their voices through NGOs to influence national protective initiatives. There are so many self-help programs initiated either from CSO or from NGOs through capacity buildings, provision of training and resources to strengthen this grassroots organization. Because without the manpower, without the skill, you can't do anything. No, whatever you can do is quite limited. Then for NGOs, we look at supportive, they explain that there are supportive partnerships. NGOs work closely with grassroots movements, offering support and resources for community-led initiatives. Now, it is noteworthy to say that some of these resources are in food or in non-food items. And then some of these trainings will help boost the morale of most of these victims, and then at the same time give them a sense of belonging to the community. And then let me point this out, that some of these IDPs or persons affected are being integrated into the community, even though in some cases there is stigmatization. So, next slide, still on grassroots and civil society responses, and we've highlighted that one of the tenets of UCP is protective issues, and then how these protective issues can help improve lives of persons. So for grassroots and civil society organizations, we have plenty of them in Maiduguri. For ethical reasons, we weren't permitted to mention names of most of these organizations. But we know them, we interacted with most of them. So we just coin it, Kwingiyar Raya Marayu, which is orphans organization. But what they usually do is they work with GBV victims, they rehabilitate them, they offer psychosocial support, and then see how they can be stakeholders in the community and then continue their life. Then creating awareness and sensitization on peacekeeping without the use of arms, which is the core for UCP in conflict-affected and non-affected areas. UCP should stand out, especially for youths. Very important. But then, the most important of them all is education, which is key for women and for adolescent girls. Educational skills that will help to work the UCP through awareness. Example, as common as the Red Cross sign is, let's have UCP to be very common and then to be integrated into all these initiatives. Then community engagement for resolution. Now, how UCP is grounded and enthroned via skills such as manual job, attitude inculcation to go with the principle of UCP as an alternative to use of force. Let me point this out, that for the context in which most of who we interacted with, UCP to them means having food, having shelter, and then having security, because these are the basic needs. They are not looking at anything outside of it. They are looking at the basic needs. Now, there are so many responses from organizations. Now, respondents emphasize restoring farming instead of having handouts. Instead of you giving me little food, you can at least restore my farming ability. You can look at how you can support me, ensure that my livelihood, my means of livelihood is not cut and thereabout. So I'll hand over to him. He has been doing like this since.
So thank you, the co-pilot. Yes, yes, we looking at some of the issues that she has raised, it is fundamental and necessary that we shift. And we say utilization of the social media for public awareness is inevitable, especially to portray the success stories of or potentials of the UCP. I think in the last slide she mentioned something like, democratizing the knowledge of UCP to make it as common as the Red Cross sign. In most areas of conflict, everybody knows that this is Red Cross or Red Crescent. So UCP should have that kind of positioning so that everybody would know that, okay, this is like the sign of this drink. I don't want to advertise for any beverage company. So, but let's have maybe a kind of universal sign for UCP so that participants, where if there is need for the use of vehicles, for instance, people know that these persons are for UCP. Now, we also propose that it is critical that we explore the use of artificial intelligence in deploying the UCP, and as well as satellite-based internet smart reporting. Because in some of these areas, the rebels, the terrorists, the insurgents would always try to create internet blackout. So if there is this kind of infrastructure, astro-based, then definitely it would help in information sharing or dissemination, not to fight, but to inform all the critical stakeholders that this thing is happening. And the state and non-state actors, we say, also need to recognize the place of UCP in complex scenarios and dynamics. It's not something that one subscribes to UCP and the other stakeholder doesn't recognize. So there is need for that synergy and universality and acceptability of the concept. So this, I think, are some of the things that are very, very critical. So this is an architecture that we are saying this must involve these hierarchies: community, the government, NGOs, and the civil society. This must go together. UCP, I know, like in the US, I know in 2022, the Congress even assigned some money. I mean, the US Congress, yes, assigned some money to support development of UCP. So, yes, that means NGOs also must try to explore such opportunities. So, our conclusion is not, I will say, a final conclusion. It's just a potpourri of some of the ideas. We've got a very bulky report, but fundamentally, if I will start with the last one, we are advocating the need to foster more inclusive, effective protection mechanisms as contextualized at the local level. In other words, what the people really need, what sort of security or protection are the people in need of, not what somebody designs for them on a table or while standing presenting in a hall like this one. Let's reach out to the community, let them define what are their protection issues. And we think it is also very important, like in the case of Nigeria, we have this level, always force. So we have the Nigeria Police Force. We have, and okay, I'm a policeman, I can treat you whatever. I said it at the very beginning. We have Nigeria Air Force, and the president is called Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. So all this, creates that sense of using excess power during conflicts. And that's what exactly happened. The president then, the late president, was going out, I think was going to Brazil. But he gave an order, marching order, as they said, and they killed the leader of the Boko Haram then. That's what made the whole thing to flare and become to create the current situation, unfortunately. So also, I think highlighting the gaps is very, very important, and this is something that should be on continuously. What are the gaps, what are the lapses in implementing the UCP? So the whole concept itself must center on community self-protection by all and sundry, the communities themselves, but fundamentally, I think you can only encourage an armed civilian protection when you integrate climate change, land degradation. No protection without food, because these are basic needs. So really targeting, for instance, restoration of degraded landscape can be an ingredient for self-protection, for UCP implementation. Because if people lose their sources of basic amenities, basic resources, then UCP is meaningless. In this age of changing climate, degrading environment, the UCP must consider integrating environmental narratives, climate change narratives, particularly adaptation strategies. And this is what you find from northeastern Nigeria through Darfur region. I always give a story of the commander-in-chief of Boko Haram forces. I always tell people that this is a man called Shekau. When his mother versed him, on the 7th day, there was a lavish ceremony where, people were served with fresh grilled fish. A lot of things, everyone was happy that Shekau was born. A lot of things, vegetables were served during the naming ceremony. But as he grows up, the waterways, the rivers that provided the fish desiccated. No more fish. Now his very close friend was knocked down by super Port-de-Belleau drive. A huge jeep knocks down his friend. And nothing is done for his friend killed. So Shekau is angered, is prostrated. No fish. He lost his friend. Then he is vulnerable to every radical idea. This is a man who kills him and then drives to Abuja straight. Nothing happens. Injustice in a degraded environment will breed a frustrated young man that is ready for revenge. And revenge can come in any form, in any manifestation. That's why we have environmental justice. And environmental justice is key to an armed civilian protection. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aliyu and Zainab, for the very intense and mind-opening presentation. So you can take your seats at the front and we'll open the floor for any questions. Gabriel is on that side, so you can just raise your hand and we'll bring the microphone to you. And for this, we are going to take 15 minutes. So by 10 to 4, we're going to close the Q&A session.
Questions ready here.
Thank you for your presentation. I wonder if you could expand a little bit on two topics. You mentioned that you interview men and women, I would like to hear a little bit more about the differences in the perceptions and experiences of men and women, especially the way they are dealing with the situation they are facing and the strategies to deal with all those aspects that you were talking about. And the second one, you also mentioned about the ethics of research and how you were facing several ethical challenges in the work you're doing. I would like to also hear a little bit more how you were dealing with those ethical challenges, how that affect the team, and what kind of methodologies or strategies you were using to cope with that situation. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very good question. Yes, that's a very good question. Number one, I think we used one strategy during the FGD of separating women alone. We did that on the basis of understanding that some women, and of course they were interviewed by Zainab alone, because we have the understanding that in a patriarchal society like that one, some women will still feel somehow unprotected, even under condition of research. In other words, they may not be able to exhaustively express themselves. So, but when you say, okay, this is a group of women, then she sees another sister or friend, they strengthen each other, and they can reveal some of the things that are not usually visible or known. For instance, it was really the first time when I learned that in that environment, due to Boko Haram crisis, some young ladies, would conceive and sell the children or the babies. This is usually unheard of, but it's a critical issue, which, goes, or eventually this leads to human trafficking. But besides GBV now, it has another dimension and multiple dimensions. So to answer the second aspect of the ethical, I think it also bonds with the first question, that, for instance, our strategy of kind of giving women a space to talk to us with themselves and supported by themselves. And sometimes, like you are doing autoethnography, right? Some of them, the questions that you ask will trigger some answers. And that one, you as a researcher will also lead you to know how you will smartly, right, and transparently. Sometimes you have to really tell them the strategies. And of course, for somebody that is under that kind of hostile situation, I have to take you back to 2015 when I was doing a research on protection for women and children, which was a study funded by the International Institute for Environment and Development. I asked in my proposal that the IIED should pay money to our participants. And they were kind of, saying, raising eyebrows. How come? How can you give respondents money? How can you pay them? Then we said, look, these are the people who will set their time, to be interviewed. That time that you ask them not to go anywhere is the time that they use to make some earnings for that day. So you see, situations, circumstances dictate how you respond. That's why I said, yes, as a researcher, you should always have that liberty, that energy, that philosophy, that wisdom and cleverness to respond to situations as they come. But really, I was not the one who interviewed the ladies. So whatever strategies, I think Zainab knows. Whether should I?
All right, thank you very much. We've experienced some ethical hitches. Actually, in as much as they are open for discussions, we had this consent form, but it came with a clause. Yes, I'm signing it. I'm going to give you what you want, but please hide my identity. Let me be anonymous. So that's all. That's the challenge. And then for that, we cannot say, this is the person that says this. We can only relate in this community, a male person, a female person, a youth, an aged person. That's the description. Even groups, community-based organizations, and some grassroots initiatives that were present were allowed to use their responses, but were not allowed to divulge their identity. So for ethical reasons, we agreed because we really wanted to conduct our research and then share our findings. But again, if any one of us want to go, we can have a pointer. What they usually do in Borno is they have this organization that it's some sort of head in charge of all the CBOs. I don't know if Ma'am knows about them. You go for ethical clearance before you even have access to most of these GBV victims. And then you have to hide their identity, anonymous. So that's it. And that was the challenge we faced. And how we address them is by agreeing that, yes, we'll have our interviews, but we'll hide your identity. That's it.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It was very good. I have just few inquiries. One is, I've seen in the presentation where you recommend change of names, like from Nigeria Police Force and from Nigeria Air Force. I think you wanted to remove the word force. Is it true? I'm just trying to...
Yes.
Yes, right? The answer is yes, okay. So my question is, do you think removing the word force from the Nigerian force, will change their attitudes and behavior? And just for your information, I come from South Sudan, and before independence, we fought very hard that our police should not be called police force, should be called South Sudan Police Service. But what they do, particularly the traffic, is terrible. They actually fight. Some of them fight citizens literally. If you check the social media, you can see where a South Sudan is fighting actually police, particularly the traffic. That is a very unfortunate situation. I'm just relating my story. I know the context in Nigeria is different, but just maybe you can highlight briefly on that. The second part is the question of the climate change, the question of food insecurity. I totally agree with you. The concept of human security should actually be seen in a very holistic way. Security starts in our stomach. Not even this thing of bullets or sticks. These are secondary. I think the main area of security is our stomach. If the stomach is empty, the person is not secure, you see. And this has been coming up so often. So my question here is, you are recommending that perhaps it's important to mainstream UCP into the food, something that actually can empower the local communities to produce or grow more food. So my question is, do you have any idea, because it might even help some of us, of how to mainstream that concept? Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not yet a consultant for South Sudan. So for you to mainstream the idea in South Sudan, I think practically you are, because you say you want to benefit from it, right? So it's like, I don't know whether it is a consultancy thing or But it's not all about that. Actually, we as researchers, we always aim at improving understanding of the situations. We do what will support policy and decision making, right? I haven't been to the South Sudan, right? So I wouldn't know the circumstances, the situations, the scenarios, and the dynamics. So it's like for you guys to take that and then mainstream it.
I meant in the context of Nigeria.
For the climate change. That's what we are trying to say, that should be integrated into the UCP. Not only in Nigeria, but I think this is something that should have, global appeal, right? That we cannot really ignore climate change, right? In the UCP narratives. Then the issue of change of name. If you talk about police brutality, it's not my area of research, but I know in the US, even as advanced as US is, I think we had a very case that almost shook and shocked many capital cities around the world, right? One police stepped on somebody's neck, right? That led to his death, isn't it? That was violent. So you cannot always say one police will not kill, will not do this, will not abuse, right? There are isolated situations. But I think this all boils down to reorientation. But to come to really the main issue that you raised, it's like you have doubt on my suggestion. But then I will tell you, in Nigeria, until last 2 years, we used to have an agency called Nigeria Prison Service. But the name was changed to National Correctional Center. And now I do listen to them every Monday in one local program, radio program. And you could see that the wards are much happier with this name. Because as far as they are concerned, as far as they are saying, this name, this change of names, makes them even happier and more dedicated to their work. Because they feel that whoever is brought to them, because they are saying, no, we are the custodians of human reform. They are saying that, look, in Nigeria, the judges, if case is taken to them, the judges, corrupt judges, will get something from the accused. The police will get something from the accused. But they get the last thing. The person sentenced, and he goes to them without anything. And they are proudly saying that through the National Open University in Nigeria, today there are some people who are doing their PhDs while in correctional center. They are happy, they are encouraging them, they are teaching them, they are exposing them. So I believe that change will come with reorientation. When I say change of name, it doesn't mean when you engage them, when you try to reorient them, that yes, it's that force doesn't mean that you should always abuse people. You should always feel that you are above them. So thank you. I just hope that I said something little.
Juliet, can we have one from my side, kindly? Just one from here.
You mentioned environmental degradation around Lake Chad. And even in Horn of Africa, terror groups and armed militias take advantage of climate crisis. So I don't know how your project and FCD and other initiative and component are modeled within your project, mobilized or educated the community and the county in ensuring that they understand how these dangerous non-state actors can use climate crisis toward their growth and other activities. Thank you.
Yeah, basically, I think, I don't know, Zainab.
We've seen that played out, especially when there are plenty of conflict economies now rising up, because people feel if they can have resources, that means they have riches. Now, with that comes degradation. I could remember, we took these interviews exactly in 24th February, exactly. So, one of the respondents is from a farming and fishing community. And his experience is that because of long-term use of arms and ammunition, their lands are being degraded. They are not cultivable, and because that's his means of livelihood, he was forced to move out of his community and move to the IDP camp. Now, if you're looking at the link between environmental degradation and how we can look at UCP or education, is that what you wanted to ask? Is that your question? The link, yes. That was why we insisted on education, providing the skill necessarily. We even advocated for climate-smart agriculture. There are lots of urban agriculture now taking place in the northeast Nigeria because the hinterlands are insecure. There are lots of landmines, especially in the areas covering parts of Sambisa forest in the northeastern, and there are issues of tenure security. So, one way that was suggested is employing climate-smart agriculture. And then, how can we bring back the lost lands back to their glory? We have cases of resettlements, people going back to their community, but the affair is how secure, how safe are they going back to that same community that they were sent out of? So we touched a bit of environmental degradation, and then the link with UCP basically is about education, and then what skills are needed to show that continuity exists when you want to go back to your land or when you have available land, and how you can cultivate them and still have maximum returns. So it's basically all about food production systems, and then how education, how climate smart agriculture can come into play. So does that answer you? Thank you. So thank you, everyone.
So Prof has a very interesting proposal. She's telling me she's tired, and I'm sure as most of you are, you probably have been sitting for the last 2 hours. So probably we can do a short break, yes, for just 10 minutes. Okay. So Martha, we have Martha and Elias, right? You're the last group for today? Yeah? Yes, they're the last group for today. Martha?
We have Clinton first.
Yes, so Martha and Elias, we would like to request to have you begin our session tomorrow. So you'll be the first group presenting tomorrow. Agreed? Ah, good. They have agreed. So that means we can have a bit of a longer break, probably 15 minutes. Let's have our group photo out here as we take the break, and then we'll come back and we'll have Clinton and his team do their presentation. Yep. Yeah, so let's just go out here and have our photo. Christine will guide us. Christine?
And kindly, if you have any kind of suggestion, kindly I'm here, you can hand over them to me. Suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine is waiting for us. Hello. Christine is waiting for us for the photo. Then we come back for one last session.
Once everything's perfectly organized, I'll start working on my thesis.
They ask you. They are, yes, you are in green.
Zainab, you like him
Like me. You want to stand? You want to a photo?
Yeah.
What language? بشرط انه يكون حلو
حلو
حلو حلو
حلو
yeah,
حلوة.
handsome
You look like from حلوة.
Yeah, حلو yeah, حلو.
You're finished now? Okay. No, just individual now. We've got some time on day 3 for everybody to draw together. Yeah. Oh, there's the missing microphone. Okay, so just finishing up your conversations, anything you might want to write down, anything you want to remember that we have to say tomorrow. Sorry for interrupting you, Rosemary. So we have come to the end of the presentations and our reflections, and I'm going to hand over to Berit now, who's going to explain. Outside, you'll have all seen the exhibition, but you might not know how we arrived at it or what we're going to do. So I'm going to we'll collect them in a minute. Yeah. So I'm going to hand over. She's going to explain the exhibition, and after that, we will go and visit it.
Yeah, just to finish the day, and then you're free to have coffee and cake and look at the exhibition and go and have fresh air and so on. Just to say, so this is the first time we are showing the Creating Safer Space exhibition. This is the first time we are showing the Creating Safer Space exhibition. And as you've seen, a lot of the projects have actually used creative methods to get to their findings. And we have encouraged that in the network because we felt working in participatory ways is very close to what UCP does, working with local communities or doing security by local communities, but also because in other projects that we've had, creative methods have always helped people to express themselves, to think about things that they might not want to talk about otherwise, or just to get their voices to other places. So it's sometimes difficult with the different languages we use to talk to people on the other side of the world. But when you look at the images, you really feel what is going on. Now, just to say a few words about the exhibition. So we have asked projects, and it's still open. I think you can still send in more if you have anything. to send us a few things that you thought were particularly poignant and that you wanted to be in that exhibition. There's Rachel Ray, our colleague at Aberystwyth University, was an artist and a curator, and she has put everything together so that we actually see across the different regions what projects have done. And there are two panels. As you come in, you come to the first one, which is about how artistic expression can actually help express those vulnerabilities and also kind of explore them and let people really talk about what grievances they have and what they wish for their own communities. And then the second panel is very much about those protection strategies that people have come up with themselves. And then there's a projection booth, and you have a salsa song, you have a video about water conflicts in Colombia, and some images from a theater play and from a mural. These are all Colombian related projects. So there are little labels that will explain you more, and I really recommend have a look at the drawings, but also read what people have to say. With some of the, I think 3 of the drawings, there are little headphones that you can put on, and you will hear people from Cameroon actually talking about their drawings. The projection booth also has sound, so you can hear the music there. And then there are postcards that you're very welcome to take away. We will make more postcards as we go along, but this is what we managed in the time we have. There's a visitor book if you have any thoughts, how, for example, your projects relate to other things you're seeing in the exhibition or anything that comes up. Please note it down, because we will try to bring that also back to the communities when we're done with our exhibitions. And finally, there is a little post box on one of the tables where the postcards are. And if you want to, and if you have like an idea that comes to you as you look at the exhibition, you can write yourself a postcard like, oh, this made me think I should do this and that with my family, or I should really start looking into this, and put it in the post box, either with your email address on or your real address, and we'll send it to you in 2 or 3 months' time to remind you that that is what you wanted to do, okay? So you can still take postcards home, but if you want us to send you a postcard to yourself, just put it in the post box. Right? And yeah, so that's about it. Thank you so much for a very successful and very insightful first day. I hope everybody wants a bit of tea and cake and fresh air. So you're dismissed. How do people get back to the hotel? Do we know?
Yes, there is a bus.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for this successful day, and for we'll take you back. I know some of you might even want to linger around, so if you want to linger around and you want to delay later, there's project administrators that are here. We'll be able to coordinate with them to make sure that you go well back to the hotel. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 8, isn't it? At the hotel? No, at Strathmore here at 8 a.m. here. Tomorrow, yes. Here at 9, but arriving at 8:30 so that we can start at 9. Yes, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much. It concludes our very successful first day. It's been fantastic, so thank you all very much. Please chat, meet new people, share your ideas, and visit the exhibition. And we see you tomorrow.